We should be live. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, Xvoid. Very nice to have you here. And I think we're going to be able to start here. I'm checking that everything is okay. So today what we're going to do is we're going to continue the zcoder building. So this series here, we're on the series 03. And we're going to do three things. So first, we're going to do the workspace. And this will, like right now, it's a single crate in a way. And there's a big benefit of going to a workspace, multi-crates, basically. So we're going to do that. There's a compiling benefits as well. And there's also an architecture benefit. It's cleaner, and there's a very good separation of concerns. So it's actually, I like that a lot for bigger crates. And it's something I regretted in AIPack, which is a precursor in a way, to not have done. I will eventually do it in AIPack, but I think doing it a little bit earlier in the cycle is better when you know that your code is going to scale. For many command line, little command line I don't have that, but we're going to do that. Then the next step here that we're going to do is going to do the CrossFire. So that is the MPSC. So right now, yesterday, the last two episodes, we were kind of a little bit on the prompt heavy in a way to get started, to extract the pattern from AIPack, which is a precursor. And now today we're going to do a little bit more coding and by hand, because there's some patterns that I really like with the MPSC and the normalization of events. So we're going to do that. But we're going to do the workspace before, such as we will do that in the right place. So that is a pattern that I like. It's a little pattern, but it allows to normalize everything. And then the last step here will be, and it might be a step that is sprinkled across everything, but it will be to updating the spec with AI. Yes, with AI. And so that is the opportunity with AI production coding here, is that finally we can have spec and code in sync and spec living next to the code. So that is really kind of the big benefit in many ways of this kind of approach, because now you can treat spec as code. So you have a spec-driven development, and it helps a lot human as well as AI to understand a big code base without having to read the whole code base. So it's part of the code in many ways. If you have any question, feel free to ask over there. That would be good. So the first thing here is we're going to review what we did yesterday. So what we did yesterday is we did a TUI spec. So that's what we did. And then we did a TUI refactor a little bit, and then a TUI relook. And then offline, I worked a little bit at tune up as well as the UI. So we're going to see that. And then today we're going to do that. Okay, so let me go. And so that is a zcoder. So zcoder, again, is a parallel first AI coding harness that we're coding live from scratch in many ways. And it's inspired a lot from ProCoder. So if I go back actually to that, I have a slide. Thanks. So this one is good. So it's today here what we're doing a lot when I do AI coding and so on. I don't use Claude and everything. And maybe good if it works for you is great. For me, I like to have a control first approach. And now I'm very heavy on the workbench approach, which is very powerful. And in fact, it's the secret of being able to do parallel work with AI. So today, we have an AIPack, which I created in Rust, obviously. And an AIPack is kind of an agentic runtime. And on top of it, I have what I call a pack, which is ProCoder, which I maintain as well. And then I do the code over there. And we can have other packs like this on the side. So I have a LabEKO packs and everything. It's very powerful. And it's built in Lua. It's built in Rust, but the APIs is in Lua. So it allows you to customize and the AI thing. So all of that magic and this power, we're going to move it to zcoder, the zcoder way. But the goal here is that zcoder will take more responsibility on the production coding in a way. Workbench, auto context, and all of these kind of things will be baked into this tool. And that will allow it to be much more powerful. So zcoder is really about coding. And in fact, I'm making the line of coding a little bit bigger, which is everything is code now, because a code is a machine instruction, and now English is a machine instruction. Even an image could be a machine instruction. So for me, code is kind of for geek people that build software. but I treat spec as code, for example, or doc as code as well. So for me, all is code, and the coder will allow us to manage that in a very efficient way. So this is what. So now, if we go and look at what we have done yesterday, so I use Z, I like a lot Z, so that is a zcoder. And obviously, like most of what I do is open source, so I did, I don't have a README again. But if you go to, zcoder.run, you have the GitHub. Today it's on Jeremy. It might be a zcoder.run -run zcoder later, but right now it's there. And I don't have the README here. I will add the README soon, but basically the source is there. And then we can see that in the source here, I have the specs over there, and that is where I maintain the spec. So it's kind of a spec-driven kind of thing. Sometimes I create the spec first, and sometimes I create the spec after coding, and today will be probably the latter. So what we did here is we have this. So that was the previous things. Question, hey, hello, Rika and Jap, Radev. So the thing here is, I'm going to see. So this is, sorry, I'm not going to bug you with that today. This is our zcoder. And the zcoder here, close this one. It's a version 0.1. Actually, I don't like that. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to work on 0.2 whip, work in progress. So I like that. And in fact, I'm going to do that right now. So I have zcoder here, Z. I love Z now because it's open. I love the Z editor. It's not perfect. Nothing is perfect, but it's super fast. And because I manage everything with Z, before I was with VS Code, but Z is so fast to open and close projects that I open probably 20 different projects or 10 different projects a day. And because it's so fast, it kind of changed the whole experience. So Z is awesome. And then I have a whole set of plugins that when I do Command Control Shift J, it will put the Alacrity terminal with the tmux on this folder, such as I can have almost like an integrated terminal. And I prefer that the integrated terminal of Z somehow has sad colors, but I also like to have a full editor disconnected from my editor. That is personal preference. So right now, if I do a git log, I'm going to see that. And my best practices is because we are learning, working on 0.02, I do a git commit. This is an alias on this guy. So this way, I know that when I look at master, we're working on this one. Otherwise, it's never clear, is it the one before or is it the one after? So this one is clear that we're working on 0.2. Today, the coder is not fully functional. It's more the bare bone kind of things that we have in it. So we can see what we're using today is, so the command line will be that once we do the thing, it's going to be cool. That is Studio and Future, which we're using to read our TUI. We're using Ratatouille, which is very cool. We're using crossterm to read the terminal events. So that is probably one of the best of breed here. So these two works very well together. And GenAI, so that is a crate that I create and maintain. Soon is going to be the 0.6. So that allows us to talk to, I think there's 25 providers, 150 models, and it's AI native and it's protocol native for most of them. So it's pretty cool. UDFX allows us to, it's a UDIF, Unified Diff format optimized for AI. So that is one thing I created for AIPack as well. So I took it out of AIPack to make sure I can use it anyway. Simple FS, simple file systems that I also created to normalize the Linux and all these kind of things and having, higher level things and then derive more. Now, one thing we want to do here is we see that we have this kind of things which is not workspace. So in a TUI, what is happening is you have your TUI, which is there. And in the TUI, so that's the pattern that I like to have. I have a loop. You don't need to have an app. Yeah, it's just a function that loop. And then you pass the state things over there. And then you loop into your terminal, and every time you redraw it. So it's like a game, almost like Bevy or anything. Yeah? You always loop. And the way that Ratatouille works is that it's kind of an immediate mode. So you paint the whole thing all the time. So what you want is, this is actually not really app state. People say is app state is tricky. Is it app state or not? I would say it's more TUI states and TUI events in a way, more than app. The reason why is because one thing that I want with the zcoder is that I want the zcoder to be able to have a TUI interface, but as well to have, what's the name? A web interface as well, eventually. So what I want from an architecture standpoint, I want to split those guys into the TUI should be on his own crate. And then I want the core into his own crate. So in fact, what we have seen, if you have seen some of my past videos, we're going to go there. So here's going to be more kind of, we're going to talk about system design, kind of, let me, Rust architecture. I'm looking. Okay, this is what I'm looking. So that is even the architecture that I have even for a web app or whatever. Yeah, what you want is often cloud. And the way that I'm building clear application or anything is same architecture that I'm building cloud. The only difference between cloud at the architecture level and a clear or desktop apps, for what I'm concerned, is that in the cloud, your services, yeah, when you have multiple services, they will be split and orchestrated by, for example, Kubernetes, which is a very good way of doing it. When you are in a server, I mean your own client here, usually you have most of the time one process. And these services will kind of be on their own in the single process, but will be managed as separate processes. So that is a little bit the way. So in a web server application, typically I have this I can have different type of web server, web services, and so on. So that's usually the architectures that I have. I have crates, I have libs, and all these kind of things, which is a lib that I'm using for the services. And then I have these services over there, which could be web server, which could be a de-identifier, which could be a video framer, or whatever I want to have. So I can have multiple services there. So we're going to borrow a little bit this architecture. And in fact, we're going to have the core. So that will be probably the zcoder will have the core, and then we'll have common right now. So this is going to be what we have, and then the TUI. So I'm going to try to take that and these guys, and we're going to go, I'm looking at my screen over there, coder. And so let's do that like that. And so what we're going to have, and this I'm going to do a quick and dirty one, is we're going to have the core, so which is going to be a ZC core. So like this, we're going to prefix everything by ZC core. So this ZC core will have most of the services and all these kind of things. Okay, so that is a goal. And then we're going to have another one, which is going to be, I'm going to ungroup that. I'm going to have, ZC common. And in the common, we're going to have, this is the things that is going to be interesting. I mean, we're going to have all of the common things like for the event baseline and all of the things that will be reused across the different things. And then we're going to have, I'm going to keep this layout for now. And then we're going to have on top of that, the, is it a bit frustrating here, sorry. The TUI, okay? So that guy will use this guy and this guy. And then on top of the, and that will be our, I'm going to put it like this, and that will be our zcoder business, okay? So that is stuff. And so the zcoder here, I think I have a decoder will be that. Okay, so this is what we want to have today. And then later, what I could have is say, hey, you know, I have the TUI that will have the guy below, but then I can have a this ZC web if I want to have a web. Okay, so that would be the architecture. And then in the core here, this guy is going to be a small guy. And then this guy is going to be the main guy where I'm going to have everything. It's going to be a little bit over big in a way. But then eventually I might split it as well. So hopefully that makes sense from an architecture standpoint. And even when it's a CLI, we're going to do that because it's going to be much better in many ways. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat here. I'm more than happy to answer. So that is the things that we want to do. Now, to do that, we are going to go to the cargo and we're going to have a crate. So the thing I like to make it, so this is my stuff here. And today, by the way, if you want to see the zcoder, it's pretty cool. So that is tmux I have below, and that is Alacrity. And then I'm going to do, so that is the way I get my keys for my keychain. It's a little hack, but it's kind of safe. And then I'm going to do cargo run. And that is basically our zcoder. So we have the prompt over there, we have the command, the toolbar here, and it will change over time. And then we have the answer there. I say, why is sky red? Question mark. That is sending to AI, and then it's answer over there. And then we say, can you create a loop in Python 0 to 10? And that will create a demo dir, actually. So let's remove this guy. I'm going to do can you create a loop in Python 1, 10. I did too many dots, and boom. So I'm using flashlights. This is why it's super fast, but this one is good. So right now, if you look at the code here, it's very simple. We have the TUI guys. We have the executor in a way. So that is where things are executing. And then we have the main. And I'm hard coding the model. For now, it's fine because we want to put that in the config and have a whole prompt the user. So until I have this, I'm going to hard code it to Gemini 3 Flashlight, which is amazingly fast and good. For production coding, obviously, you will use, usually I use GPT-5.5 or even Flash sometimes is good. And then we have this guy here. So what we're going to do today is we're going to do our workspace business. So in the workspace, we are going to do, let me see. Okay. So I've taken some notes over there. So, okay, I'm going to do that. So the workspace business, what we're going to do, I'm looking at my stuff, we're going to have these guys. Okay, I do a copy paste so I don't bug everybody too long. So I have the bin and everything, and now I have that guy, okay? So I'm going to say, oh, I'm going to have the ZC core, the command, and the TUI. And that is that guy. Okay. That is basically that architecture that we have. Yeah? This is the one that we have, this guy. So that will be what we're going to have and the thing. And we're going to keep the source, the main app over there. Okay, so we're going to create this. And that is where I could do it with AI or not, but basically, and then after what we're going to do as well, dependencies, like that. So I'm going to create that. If I go there, in my little thing, I'm going to quit that guy. I'm going to go back here. And I'm going to do SC, switch crate, and then I'm going to create a branch, because this one is going to be a big and can mess up stuff. So I want to create a branch. It's not a small one. So we're going to branch NX for next and workspace. Okay, so that will be clear. And git C, commit. And then I'm going to, it's the first commit. So then I might collapse more. So can do refactor actually. Workspace. Okay, so we'll do that. So boom, we have this, and then we'll collapse, or we'll have multiple commits. Doesn't really matter. So now that we have this, I'm going to create the thing here. These three guys. So I could create it by hand. Yeah, I'm going to create by hand. So I go there, and I'm going to create that, and we're going to do a crates. So that works with our friend zcoder. Yep. And in the core, I'm going to add, I have some notes over there. Okay, so now in the core, we're going to have something like that. Okay, that is my stuff. Cargo 2ml. And we're going to put that. These are the things that I don't like. That guy. This is a problem of, that is one problem, and I think there might be a solution, but there is one problem when you have multiple crates, you have to manage all this version stuff. That is one of the things which is a little bit annoying. So what we're saying here is we want a ZC command, which makes sense. So that means that we're going to have that, and we're going to have command, and that is what we have there. Messed up this guy. And then in the command, we don't have that. I don't like anyhow, so that is not my best practices. I don't like anyhow, even for my normal things. So, okay, so that's good. And then the other one is going to be what we say the TUI. See, TUI. If you have any question, anybody, feel free to ask. This is TUI. And that will go to the command as well. Okay. And the way that I like my cargo. So now the question is, and that is a good question, is do we want to have everything as a workspace dependencies, which is everything is there, even if it's only needed for one guy, everything will be there. Yeah, there's this workspace dependencies. So we might do that. Yeah, space dependencies. Looking at my node. So this way, what we are going to do is we are going to depend on the one on the root, and the cargo will have all of those guys. So that is a good one to have here. So what we're going to do is all of this workspace. Yeah. Okay, so what we could do that is the way that I think I will do. So now that we have that, I have this architecture, and now my question is to say, how do I wire the stuff, and I do it by hand or not? So rather to do it by hand, I'm going to have my workspace over there. Okay, I'm going to do that to split the business. I'm going to do workbench. So that is where we're going to use again a little bit of prompting here because I'm a little bit lazy to find out the right way of doing this kind of things and everything. So what I'm going to do is, the way I have it is coder prompt. Okay, so that is the thing. And so the thing that I don't want is I don't want to have to deal with all of this kind of things. So what I'm going to do is in my context globes, I'm going to say crates. So now it's going to have everything there. That is going to be the code map. We'll go on over that. If you have questions, I will explain at the end. I'm going to try to not explain too much. So we're going to say Rust Workspace. So that's my workbench. I have a chat, whatever. And then I'm going to say, so one of the important things in my strategy is that I always AC, first step of crates. I always make sure that an AC is append commit, that when I run AI, I always run it on a clean commit. So this is really the things, because I don't use these tools that are doing like pseudo diff that are not in Git. I like my Git for my diff. So like this, I have a Git discipline, and then that's the way I work. So now that I have that, what I want to do is I want to ask AI to say, look at the subcrates cargo to ML and wire them in the main cargo to ML and have all dependencies and all dependencies should be workspace based, workspace based. And then the nice things I want to have is I don't want to move all the dependencies in all these kind of things. I'm going to say just move Tokyo. Just have Tokyo for each of these subcrate following that pattern. So that's what I could have done it by hand, but why? Yes. So now I do that. I'm going to do that AIP. So you install AIP, ProCoder. I already did that, and ProCoder. And so in many ways here, the things, and I'm going to show you a little bit. The goal here of zcoder is to be the next version of AIPack ProCoder. So the way it works is we have AIPack, which is something I created in Rust, and it's a Rust engine, agentic engine. It's very generic, very powerful, and it has a pack business, which is .aip and Lua to program it. And ProCoder is one of the pack on top of that guy. And so that's great. This is what I'm using all the time. And so I have even the concept of workbench and all these kind of things. But the point is, if I can make a zcoder which is more targeted to only do coding and with workbench and stuff, we can do much more than a generic runtime and some Lua. Now, there will be some Lua to customize because that is the power. So all of the goodness of AIPack will be in zcoder. But the point here is to have something much more workbench and parallel-centric, a parallel-first coding agent. So that is really the goal of zcoder. So this is what we're using. We're using the ProCoder to code zcoder. Yeah, it's a little bit meta, but meta is good. Some people even change their name. So now the thing here, I have a plus here. I don't know what is that. Okay, so now I'm confused. Okay, sorry about that. And it did the change. So it put in the chat here, whatever, did the cargo, look at what it did. Dependencies, ETUI, workspace, true. Okay, so that is the stuff because I told him to do stuff. So he will repeat the things like that, which is fair. That is a good way of doing it. and things. And then here is just put stuff. Put this Hanyo business. I hate Hanyo. Oh, that's not his fault. And then I'm going to put, I mean, I hate it. The developer was awesome. Okay, don't misunderstand what I'm saying, but it's a wrong pattern. It kind of drove the whole industry in easiness, and easy is evil. So I'm going to follow that pattern, and I'm going to follow, I like equal true, and then we're going to do that. So this is one of the things here that it's important for me, and I want to emphasize that, and I know that when I'm going to make this YouTube videos about AI, usually a lot of people say, well, Jeremy, are you coding with AI? Are you becoming vibe coders? It's not at all. Yeah. The goal here is this 10%. And in fact, sometimes, I did some live and I show the whole thing. And then, the whole live session is about prompting. So I understand that that's not fun to watch. So I'm going to focus more on this 20% stuff. But the goal here of this 10, 20% is to guide AI to do that. We don't have to make our life hard. Yeah. So that is the thing, is when you have good code design and things, and you help AI and you work with AI to have a good code design, then you shape the remaining 80%, 90%. So that is really the goal here of what my production coding is about, is this 10, 20%, and then we shape it stuff. It would have been silly to have done that by hand, just silly. Yeah. So that is the things. Now I can change a little bit the strategy to say, hey, the ones that are here and stuff, and AI will do that very well for me. And that is a beautiful thing, because before, for example, here, there's a lot of things that are root only, that will be root only, that doesn't need to be there eventually. So that will do that. Now, one of the things, for example, for me is because I'm a little bit OCD, I like to have that guy. So I want that guy to say subcrates. Subcrates. Hey, Mohammed. Hey, Mohammed. And then here, the thing I don't like is it didn't follow my little things there. So I'm going to ask that to AI. But before doing that, I'm going to go back to my AI prompt here. And I have two ways. One is to add a commit to it. And here I'm trying to propose a commit. So I could do that. I'm going to do a git AC. And I think this one is what the NX workspace. Okay, so that is where I store my workspace, and it stores a chat. So it's nice because it stores that there. So I see NX workspace. So my workbench is not in my main code. This is a me thing, and everything else is an everybody thing. But my workbench is just my workbench to work. I don't want to share it. It would be too many conflicts. It wouldn't add value. So now I do that, and now I'm going to go back to the AI here and to say, make sure that in the main cargo to ML, and oops, I need to do that. I'm getting confused here. Cargo to ML. Okay, make sure that in the cargo to ML. Okay, sorry about this. With all this cargo to ML, I'm getting confused. Oh, this one. Dependencies also use dependencies. Use the delim patterns. Subcrate. subcrate cargo, just have derive more and Tokyo. Okay, so we're going to do that. So, okay, very good. So I have a command R. So I have you can go to my, there's a things here somewhere where you can go to my, if you go Google and you do Rust GC Z task, you will find this guy over there, and that is all my Z config is here. And that is my Z task. And there's pretty cool task over there. There's a task that toggle AI on and off because they don't have that. Save clipboard image, so that's pretty cool. Markdown to HTML, tmux run AIP, so that is a guy that find the tmux and send the R and everything. And that is the one that create a new terminal below or within, always at the same position, always centered. So that is heaven. So that is the task that I keep on that. And it's very me thing, so feel free to cherry pick whatever you want and do a you thing. Okay, so in zcoder, is a workbench essentially a Git work tree? Okay, this is a good question. And I'm going to answer this question because that is an awesome question. No. Workbench, so if you go to zcoder.run, and feel free to subscribe here to the Substack. I'm going to start blogging over there. But the concept of a workbench is not a work tree. A workbench work on a work tree. So when you have only one Git repo, you only have one a Git clone, you have one folder. So that is called a work tree in a way. You don't see it, but it's one. What Git work tree does is you say, hey, if you want to have on your local machine another branch in another folder, such as you can work in parallel, you can. Back in the days, we all have, the brain we have. And so perhaps it was good for Linux, but for the normal people, it's not something we did. Usually when you work on one thing at a time on a repo, kind of, and then you have the branches within this folder, which is enough. With worktree and AI, now it's interesting because what you don't want is you don't want multiple AI working on the same worktree at the same time because it will be a mess from a commit standpoint. So if you want to write in the worktree, you need to have one unit of work at a time because otherwise it's a mess. So now when you work with AI, and this is why people are doing worktrees, some tools like Codex or whatever, they have their own worktree concept, which I think I understand why they do it, but I want to piggyback on Git. And nothing is perfect. So if it's to chase perfection, good luck. Yeah. But the point is that what you want is a workbench. You can have multiple workbench working at the same time in parallel, as long as only one writes to the worktree. It's a little bit like Rust ownership, ironically. Yeah. And in fact, if you really want to be dogmatic, it should be really like Rust ownership. Only worktrees can be in parallel, working in parallel, only if nobody writes in the main worktree. As long as someone writes in the worktrees, everybody should stop. Now, with Git and the way code works, we can relax that a little bit, saying there is only one writer at a time, and if there is one writer, the other guys can read. Assuming that they work on something else, they shouldn't get too messy. And now, if you want to have multiple people writing at the same time in the code base, then that is where you have multiple worktrees. So today in Procoder, I have this worktree concept or this workbench concept, which is very powerful because I can have a workbench and then I can work on a workbench. Right now is the next NX workspace, and then we are going to have the NX event. And so that is nice, but it's like one at a time in a way. And sometimes I work on this one, and then it's like, oh, I will come back that later, and I work on this one. And the data, there's a data folder in Workbench, so it can work by itself. But it's one at a time. What I want to do with zcoder is to say, hey, what if I can actually have a console where I can work on multiple workbench on the same worktree at the same time? As long as they don't write back the code and they work on their data, that will scale beautifully. So that is a vision here of the zcoder in many ways. So in fact, if I go to that, this is a very ugly UI here. It's not really a UI, but it's not a UI design. Please don't look at that. But whatever. It's a concept. Okay, it's a concept design. Okay, so this is the thing. Yeah? You will have your prompt over there, and then you will have your different workbench. And then they can be lock or unlock. Unlock means it writes on the guide, but you can have only one unlock at a time. And then you have the workbench. And very similar to what is Procoder, because zcoder is the next version of Procoder. And then you can say at workbench, and you can give an order to the workbench. But the nice thing is everything works in parallel now. And so you can talk to your workbench in parallel and create some and stuff. So it changed the whole dynamic of parallelism. So now we can work in parallel with the AI. And then when everything is done, you say, hey, do this workbench one by one if you want to work on the same work tree. Anyway, that was a long deviation, but thanks a lot for the question. Hopefully I answer. So let me make this one a little bit bigger over there. So now what we did is we asked the guy here to clean up our things, and beautiful. He kind of follow my things. He followed that things, is good. By the way, he didn't put Tokyo here, which is, I think, is cool, but he didn't do that. And then he did these two guys. So that is pretty cool. And now if I go to my cargo things here, it did my thing here, which is I'm very happy. So now I'm happy because I'm back to organize. And again, this is a vibe coder, will never do that. So I know there's too many vibe coders right now that is polluting AI coding. This is unfortunate, but it's just up to us to not look at that. Yeah. Git log. And so I have this now, and I'm going to do a git amend because I don't need to have a new thing like that. So git amend, it's an alias that I have. You have to make sure you do git log before, because if you git amend another guy, it's a bad thing. I'm going to do an amend on the workbench because I don't really care. Oh yeah, you don't see it, but this is what I did on workbench. Yeah, I did a git amend. And then this one is stuff. And then with Tmux, you can zoom in. So when you see this one becoming big, it's because I zoom into this guy. Okay, I'm going to be back over there. So now I have that, and this is pretty nice. So now what I want is to say, okay, what do I do common? So I want to put in common the common stuff. And there's not going to be much right now. So the error, I'm going to keep it there. It's actually a good question. Yeah, so every guy will have their own error. So one pattern that I like is to have this error business there. So I'm going to copy that. I can do that. And I'm going to go there. Well, actually, I say that I was not going to prompt much, but you know. So what I have here is my Rust 10x best practices. So I'm going to say, following Rust 10x best practice, create first libs, src libs.rs for each subcrate, and have the error.rs following the Rust 10x practice. Okay, a little bit long stuff here. So I put run. Mohammed question, will zcoder be smart to identify auto-create workbench? Yeah, like I gave him a task. This is a very good question, Mohammed. Okay. This is a very good question. So the question is, why? Okay, sorry. So the question is zcoder will be smart enough to identify. So in a workbench, and we don't have it here because we didn't work plans, but like, look at this. This was the workbench of yesterday. We did a refactor. In the refactor, so I put in the archives. This is just a me thing, okay? I just put it in the archive. By the way, the reason why it's called zcoder is because I cannot pronounce th even after 20 years of San Francisco. Anyway, 25 years or whatever. It's too long. So my point is that you see there's a plan. So the point is when you have multiple steps, you want the step to go sequential. So that is, for example, the plan that we had. It did. So that is what a workbench has. It has chat, spec, and plan. And you can choose to have either one. Okay? Now, what you are saying, Mohammed, is very interesting. Is because it says, well, I could work in a workbench. Typically, you will work in a workbench to design some work. And then you could say, hey, workbench, does that work or these things that we talk in chat or whatever, could it be split into different plans to work in parallel, to work on different files? So for example, if we have a questions and a thought, and you say, well, you need to change this stuff on the UI side and these things on the backend, and they are not related, then you will do that in two different workbench because they could work in parallel. Now, if it's to update a UI of your application, TUI or Web UI or whatever, but at the same time, you need to update the backend guys, that would be probably a one workbench business. Yeah? Because you want this unique off work of making sure that you change the UI and the backend is the same thing. You don't want to do that in parallel. Yeah. So hopefully I answer your question, but this is very good. Now, the point here is then when I go to the zcoder and I prompt here, I should be able, I mean, here is not cPanel here. This will be negative globe in this kind. Globes. Oh no, actually it's a new TUI. So here I'm going to ask to create a new TUI panel and get data from the code perf. Yeah. So here I should be able to tell zcoder to say, hey, I want to create a new workbench based on this one. I should be able to talk to multiple workbench. So my workbench become my unit of work in a way. And then you're right, Mohammed, I should be able to split it into multiple guys. That is going to be the goal. So quite a bit of work, but with AIPack, there's so much power that if I manage to put that there, it's going to be good. So now, let's go. It did the source, it did the lib, did the error, follow exactly my pattern. So I have a video on that. So many of my videos that I have, you have them now in Rust 10x coder when you do the pro coder. I need to put more there, but I use that a lot. So this is exactly stuff, code region. Unfortunately, in Z, I lost that, but sometimes nothing is perfect. And that is my way of doing it. It's one of the patterns I have. One thing you can do is make your own, you can git clone Rust 10x and make your own in a way somewhere. And so usually what I have is I have a dev and I have spec. So that is a spec of the product. And if I were you, I would create the best practices. And then I will create a Rust, and then I will start, clone the Rust 10x, put it there and make it your own. Yeah, so this is the things. Or use Rust 10x. So that is pretty cool because now I have all of these guys that are well created. And it does this, which is my way of doing it. But this one is okay. And then it did the source stuff. Pretty good. Now let's see if the whole business here compile. Oops, sorry. I forgot to do the. So I'm going to go see. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I want to zoom and then git log. I'm going to do a git add and git amend because I don't need again to have another stuff. And then this one, I'm going to do a git amend as well. So this workspace here on NX, I keep it there, but it doesn't have much. Yeah. So now, I mean, this workbench, I'm saying. So now that we do that, do a cargo build. And then we're going to see how I think. So that's pretty cool. Cargo run. Why is sky red? Aha. Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. So right now I take the keys from the environment variable. So somehow, I don't know why, cargo run. And then it's sending and stuff. So that's good. Okay, so everything kind of working pretty nicely now. So I'm going to do that. So that is pretty good. So now, what do we put in core? What do we put in things? And that is the question. So in common here, we have the app event. So one thing I'm not happy about the app event is not app event. It's actually TUI event. So I'm going to rename this guy TUI. And I know that when you are looking at the Rust, I'm going to do a, whoa. What's happening? Okay. Was a leftover. So that I think is fine. Did I break something? I have a file not saved, so he got confused. So I know sometimes it's app event because in a way the TUI see itself as an app. So in this context, it makes sense. In my context, again, it's just TUI is probably going to be one of the front end. I might even have, ACP, which is Agent Context Protocol, for Z perhaps one day. That might not go through the TUI. I mean, it will be the same server, but it will be another protocol. Yeah? So the TUI is just a view on the core, on the runtime. And it's not the app. So sometimes we get confused with what is a view or facade and what is the app. So this is why this is kind of a TUI event. Hopefully that makes sense. So now I'm going to put that there because like this, TUI event. Now I like that. Okay. And app state. So this is going to be the same thing. I don't want the app state. I want to have a TUI state. And my AIPack, that was called app state. But app state is, again, a little bit wrong. And I'm going to say why is very important. Doing a TUI, okay, let me think. There's two kinds of UI toolkit on the planet Earth. There's a retain mode and there's the immediate mode. The retain mode is what we have, for example, in DOM, Document Object Model, in the web. You put something in a tree somewhere, and then the runtime take care of rendering it, updating it, and all of that, and the life cycle and everything, and it gives you hooks, such as you can change the behavior of this element. That is what is a retain mode. Yeah? And so with HTML, for example, before it was only div and elements that we couldn't customize. I mean, we could customize, but not be part of the lifecycle. And now you have this custom element for a while back, for 10, 15 years. And then in the custom element, you are part of the lifecycle with a connect callback. Yeah? Connected callback. Then you have the immediate mode, which is, in a way, many ways, what games are. So if you look at BV or whatever, there's a loop, and every time it's going to say, hey, I want to render everybody. And that has a lot of benefits because it's much simpler for many things, and for many things, it's much more appropriate. Ratatouille is part of that, even if it has a buffer and everything. It's part of this mode where it will re-render everything, or the buffer. So the TUI state is like a video game. Yes, many of you, when you look at the videos and stuff, is how do I compute only what the user sees? That is a TUI state. My TUI state should have only what the user sees. If it has more, it's not optimized. So it's not the app state per se. It's the TUI state that the guy needs to see, that I need to cache, such as I don't hit the database again and again. Even a SQLite in memory can take a little bit of time. So if I can cache it there, it's much better. So that is what a TUI state is. Now, that being said, I just broke something. Oh, I don't know why I didn't change that. Okay. And then I'm going to do that. Feel free to ask questions again. Yeah, those are awesome questions here, Mohammed and everybody. So the thing I'm going to do is cargo build. Okay, so far I can do a cargo run. So I don't have a test today. I need to think about my test strategy. So this is one thing. I don't want to do test for test. I want to think about it and then implement it. Git, and I'm going to implement these new things here, which is going to be factor rename to TUI state. So this one, I will probably keep it this way. And yeah, I need to do a git add. There was a green guy over there. So now we had this. And this is pretty good. Status events, everything. So the way it works again is, so I changed that, but I didn't change this. So okay, let's go. That might be a little bit sporty. No, works pretty good. And so far, so good. Can go build, is good. And I'm going to do a git log to make sure I don't merge it somewhere bad, and amend. Because the amend is nice, but it's dangerous. Yeah, if you do an amend, then you're bad. And obviously I forgot that. Git add. Okay. So now we have everything nicely. So my goal is to split it into different TUI over there. And that is where so in my head here, I have two options here. I can do it by hand, and that will be okay. Or I could ask AI to do it, but in a controlled way. So this is going to be okay. So let's ask AI to see what it thinks. Okay, so we're going to do a give workspace 2. Okay, so that is going to be a new guy here that we're going to do. I want to have a new workspace. Actually, I can take workspace. I'm going to show you what I do. I do workspace and I go to the NX workspace. Data, there is no data. The chat, that is a chat here. And I'm going to remove that and say old 01. So now it's not going to see that anymore, because what is in the workspace is whatever is in data and then chat.md, plan.md, or spec.md. Otherwise, if you didn't turn it on, you won't see that file. So that is a good way, a cheap way to do archive. And again, all of that will be so automated in zcoder. So I'm going to go to my workbench here, git AC, next workbench 2, yeah, whatever. So question here from zkxa. Yes. So what the failure isolation model, if one workbench panics, I presume if all the tasks share the same memory, then it can take down the whole process. You're right. Now, the way that I like to code Rust is I try to, always possible, yeah. But for example, for me, unwrap is evil. Expect is evil. So I make sure that there's no panics. There's error, thread can stop and things, there's an error, but there is no panic for say. So even today, for example, in ProCoder here, so that is AIPack. That is the UI of AIPack, and that is the ProCoder running. And it's a run can have sub-run, and then in a run, you can have this stuff. And you can see that, for example, here, in these guys, you have 5 tasks in parallel. This is ProCoder, but it will be similar to things. If it fails here, nothing fails. I mean, it's just stop. Actually, you can say continue other task if one fails. So we're going to make zcoder to make sure that if a workbench fails for whatever reason, it doesn't take down the other workbench. Because sometimes many of these things can fail because the AI didn't respond or respond with a limit error or whatever. Yeah. So that is the goal. So the goal of Rust, and I think Rust is very robust, is to say, hey, let's make sure that one guy cannot take everybody else. So that is a design principle here that we're going to follow on zcoder. And with Rust, usually it's built for that. Yeah. But that is a good question. You don't want, when you work parallelism, you want to make sure that one is completely disconnected from the other. So now what we're going to do is, I'm going to go back there. So we have the chat hold that this one is archived, but we don't lose it if we want to look at it, whatever. And then we're going to say, do not write any code files, just update chat.md. And I say in chat.md, can you run this ask and give your answer and ask question, if any. So this is important because I say, hey, you give your answer and you ask question, if any, and actually I'm going to add something. Tell if it makes sense. Oh no, I'm going to not do that because I know it makes sense. Sometimes I'm asking stuff to AI and I'm not sure if it makes sense or not. I say, tell if it makes sense. This is magic because you give the authorization to the AI to disagree with you. And it's not that the AI is scared of us, yeah, because I don't think he knows what's coming, so they know that they're going to win. It's not that. It's more that you are opening the discussion to say, hey, I want to have an intellectual discussion with you to know if that thing that I said before is the right thing to say. So don't assume it's the thing to do. Because otherwise the AI is assuming that when you ask something, it's always assuming, the way they've been trained in a way, to say, hey, if they ask something, they know better, so I better do it. So when you're not sure, you want to make sure you open the door such as you reframe the discussion into a discussion, yeah? Or the ask into a discussion. Let's put it this way. So do not write any code file in the chat MDM stuff. I want to split the current code base into the 3 subcrate. And just have the main source be the entry point. Do you know how? Can you tell me what you will do? Show the code design and ask question, if any. And so now that I have that, I can say and give you answer. I can remove that because I put that. Sometimes I don't put it here, I put it there. So I'm going to do the run. So the goal of this here is to say, this is annoying. I don't know what is that. Sometimes when I download this stuff, then after it's put a warning somewhere. I don't like it. Okay, whatever. So I put a chat. So the chat is empty. So by default, it will create this empty chat. And then it will do the rest. So then it will fill it up. So if you look at the procoder here, we do the code map. So that is all of the code map, the new files that has been updated. So we ask the AI to give the summary and everything. And then it goes to the auto context. The auto context say, hey, how can we reduce? What do you really need? And then this guy does the job. So that is the way it works. And that is a way that zcoder will work a lot, but in a more embedded way. Right now, this is a generic UI. But it's very interactive. You see that the thing is running, and I can still browse everywhere. In fact, you can index 1,000 files, and you can still navigate the whole thing. So we're going to have the same level of interactivity with procoder. I want the same kind of UI. You see the total price and all of these goodies here. That is very cool. So that is pretty nice. So we are going to see what it does. Ask. I recommend the splitting. Yeah, but this is stuff. Yes, okay. That is like, in French, we are saying this is a défoncer des portes ouvertes. It's like a bulldozer, open doors. It's like, okay, nice. Root directory, staff, and things. The common responsibility, zip exec event. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't see why the Z command should be in the business of executing events. I don't like that. I don't know why. Z command should be really done. It's just types and things. So I'm going to prompt it a little bit. And it's funny, it didn't put the code base here. What model did I use? GPT? That's kind of lazy work he did here. And lazy work because usually it does something like this, yeah. So there's something missing somewhere. So I don't like that. So I'm going to delete that. And yes, I'm going to overpay here, but that's fine. So I deleted the file, and the file is not there. And I'm going to run it again. And I'm going to run it and say, I want to split the current code base. Make sure that the zc command is just the utility, the types and utilities. Nothing more. The executor and anything substantive is in the zc core. Okay, because it's again. How you will do this again? Markdown code block. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to say that. I don't know why I didn't do that. That's not my prompt. Rika harmony. On the provider integration side, is the abstraction currently designed around API keys only, or is it built and planned to appropriate OS mechanism? This is again, guys, you're like on top of your stuff here. This is a very good question. Today, AIPack, I didn't put in AIPack the keys business. Early on, it has it, and then I had to deal with. So I'm using keyring sometime on my stuff, and then I needed to test it on Windows and Linux, and I just didn't have time. So I didn't have, and I don't want to store keys my way. I wanted to piggyback into the OS keychain. So today, AIPack is not managing the keys, and it makes AIPack on ramping kind of a pain, because then it's like, it's not good. I mean, it's not good, it's not convenient, and then it's like people have to put the environment keys, and then sometimes they put it in global. So I've done my own custom script, but people don't do that, and it's not safe, it's not good. So I want zcoder to manage the keys. And I think you are bringing a very good point here, which is we could manage keys, and it's always good to support keys anyway. But I think later on, and that could be later, we should accommodate also for OS mechanism. And so this is a very good point here for dynamic OS and stuff. I think this is a very good point. So we need to make sure. So I'm using GenAI, which is my crate, yeah, and it supports custom stuff. So I think this is a very good point. For new learnings. So AI engineers, I don't know what that means. If it's AI engineer, if you're in the ML business, deep learning, data scientist, and know the math, or if it's more an AI engineer, meaning prompting engineer. So if you can describe it, because depending of which one is different. Yeah. So we're going to go this, and then what did it say? So you see that. Okay, now it gets better here. I think I got a lazy GPT before. GenAI, MCP, building agents. Okay, that's fair enough. I don't know, honestly. Any suggestion for new learnings? I don't know. Build stuff. The ways that I'm learning how to do this stuff is by focusing on outcome. Yeah. How can I create something which I couldn't have created without AI? And then it's like open bar on what technology and what strategy I should use and all these kind of things. So that is a little bit what I've been doing. So I'm not sure I have a good answer there. But the thing is, like for me, this 2 ratio, which is important. I mean, there's one which is content to value, content to token, which is very important. And so every time is, how much content I can give for the least amount of token, kind of. It's not a math that's hard, but it's making sure that you are efficient in the way you talk to AI, such as AI doesn't have to understand too much stuff. So dry, complete, and concise. That is the key when you talk to AI. The root stuff, main, so that is the executor config. That's maybe okay. Start TUI, I like that. So I will assume that the start TUI come from TUI. Executor come from there, that's much better. Result come from there, I don't like it. I don't want the common result to do the stuff. I'm not sure, I don't want, okay. So I'm going to do the stuff here, I'm going to change that because I don't want the common result to come. Every crate needs to have their own thing. So I'm going to fix that. And the common should share. So that is not true, but I will fix that. And then the core executor TX, GenAI. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. Okay, and the receiver, that thing. So that is what we're going to replace it with the CrossFire business. Migration plan. Okay, so the only thing I don't like, I mean, here I'm scanning fast, but the only thing I don't like, I think, is this stuff. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go this, git a C, because I need to add a guy. Design, okay, doesn't matter. And then I'm going to, but I want to make sure it's committed, because I say update the chat.md to make sure each crate needs to have their own error result like today, and we shouldn't have a common result error in the common, DC common. But the C common will have its own error result. Yeah? So that is what we want, because what he told us here to say, hey, we're going to use, but that's bad design. Yeah, we want everybody to have their own result and error, and then you have your own from your crate, and you can obviously use and map the other guys. Yeah? So in chat, tell if you understand the new design and update it. So I don't know what it's going to do, if it's going to create, but that is the things. Yeah, the context limitation is, I would say, context optimization in a way, but it's not, like, for example, some people say, oh, it's great, this model supports 1 million token or whatever. It doesn't matter. Could be 10 millions, 100 millions. You're not going to send 300,000 lines of code every time you want to do something anyway. So this kind of things is, so sometimes it's nice for some very niche request that you might do once a while to have this huge context window. That has value, but it's not 90% of the requests you should be doing. So it's always about sending the right information to the AI to do the job. And when you do that, you always have more precision on the outcome. So, and these things of saying, oh, you will have everything is no, you want to focus it on one part. Because, for example, when you change something in the code, when you do a bug fix or whatever, you don't want to change all your stuff, even if there is a bug or even if there is, a misalignment of spec or whatever. That would be another ticket. That would be another commit. And that might be another workbench in my case. Yeah. So I don't want the thing to look at everything and change everything, because otherwise it can go haywire. It can drift into a position that you don't know. Yeah. So back in the days when I was young, at Netscape, there were a whole debate of, there is one engineer that say, at what point a bug become a feature? Because everybody expected, it was an Netscape 4.7, yeah, so that's why it was very buggy. But everybody was expecting this bug to be there, and if we fixed it, then everything was not there. And I think he was talking about I don't know if it was related to the blink tag or whatever, but there's this kind of discussion to say, hey, sometimes you don't want to fix something at least now, or there's more to it. And so that is the thing, it's always sending the right context. So now we're going to see what the guys say, and I think he's going to say, you understand me, because the ask is to stuff. Yes, I understand the data design, there are binary stuff and everything. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say, do not write any code file and stuff, and update and spec. No, I'm going to say, and plan.md. So I'm going to go to that guy. I'm going to copy that there, because I want to make sure that I don't have any Git stuff. I'm sorry every time I say. So I copy that. I do that commit. Okay, that is what I do when I copy here from here. That's what I do. And now that we have that, we're going to say, do not write any code file. Try to understand. Plan. Now that all is clear in chat.md, write the plan.md. So here's the thing, the cool thing here. So hopefully for the people that stay there here, that are still here, which is awesome. The point here is that I'm going to have to go back here and turn off the plan, which is nice, yes? Because now I have full control, and now the plan will be on. In zcoder, I want these things to be much simpler and seamless in many ways. So in zcoder, I should be able to say, hey, now all this clear stuff, write the plan. And then zcoder will ask a chip agent, it's like, hey, does he want to write the code or just within the workbench? And the small agent will say, oh, this is only for this workbench. And it's like, oh, okay. And then he would set up the stuff lock, and I won't have to go there and everything. It's like, hey, do I need to activate the plan or not? So at the beginning, I might not have the plan activated. So that is going to be the design. So now I click on run on that guy, and that will go there. Okay. So that is the thing here that is going to do. If there's any question, feel free to ask. Oh, one sec. Okay, I'm back, sorry. No, this one is long, man. So anyway, so any questions? So now what we're going to do is that we create the plan over there, and then we run on the plan. If you have any questions here, so we have the plan here now. So I like that on Z step. Move shared event and stuff to Z command. I'm not really a big fan of that. Move executor. Well, we're going to talk about that when we're going to do the CrossFire thing. Move execution step to zcoder, that's good. Move terminal UI behavior to zGUI, okay, that's good. Thing root binary startup orchestration, that's good. Clean dependency and validate the stuff, okay. Now, in fact, what I'm going to do is to say, review the plan and make sure that it is made so that each step will compile. Usually in the plan rules, and so you can see the way it works here, you're creating the, you have a plan rule here. So that is following these plan rules. And then there's a chat rules over there. And then if there were a spec, I will have a spec rules. So that is what it follows. So now what I do is I go back there. I'm going to copy that guy. I need to do a git add -a dot, and then I copy there. I just copy it behind me. So now is the things, and I'm going to run again here to, again, do that guy. To review the plan, I want to make sure that every steps compile. I have to drop off. Hey, Rika, thank you so much. A really great session. I will catch up the rest. Yeah. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I never know if this session, this interest and stuff, usually it's like, you know, people are dropping, they're coming, they're picking and dropping. So I never know if it's useful or not, but I like to share it anyway. And the zcoder and the workbench this workbench business is very powerful. So that's what I want to share. And so the thing here is that what we're spending quite a bit of time here is on these things, which is that guy. So the point is, even if it's AI that generate, I'm very picky about how I want my code, because that will make sure that AI doesn't go everywhere. Because that's the problem sometimes with AI is, if you let it go, it will take design decisions. It's not because it's bad or the model is bad, but it will take some that perhaps won't be ours, and then it won't be as good. Yeah, so that is one of the issue. So now that we have this, is updated the plan, and in the chat I should have, this is why I like to have my commits. So like this, I can see the recursive to review, constraint, do not write any curve, I review the plan, tighten up. Okay, tighten up the plan a little bit. Oh, there's quite a bit of change here. Okay, that's good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do that, whatever, doesn't matter. That is workbench again, so I'm just copying it. It's my workbench here, okay, the one there. And then I'm going to do, going back there, and we're going to do, now that all is clear in plan.md, implement the next step, okay? So that is the thing, and I'm going to actually take the plan and say old 02. Because now this way, chat will be created, and I don't want to confuse the chat. Everything should be in the plan. And that is a beautiful thing, again, about this approach here, is you really control what you send to the AI. And the AI have things that they can choose, but they have things that they don't have any choice. So that is a nice thing. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do add a C, and then I'm just doing, I'm sorry, I could do like this one, and I'm doing a git C chat old. And now we're going to go and we're going to do a git. Now we have everything we need. So I'm going to check my prompt. I have the plan, I have the chat. So the chat, I like it because it's kind of a lot. It gives summary of your work. And then it's clear, implement the next step. Okay, that's good. And now I go back here and I press run. And that will go there. Okay, so while it's doing that, what we're going to do here, I'm going to try something now. So when the AI will work, And actually it works pretty well the way I have things laid out, because I see behind the scene, I see it over there in my screen. I see when it's done, so it's nice. So one thing I want to do is, the next stuff we're going to do is this one, okay? That is the next step, the CrossFire. So the CrossFire is the MPSC and all this kind of thing. So right now I'm using Tokyo events business, but I would like to use that. CrossFire is very good, and it's a nice bridge between sync and async. So sometimes I am in a function where I don't have async, but I want my MPSC or SC or whatever that can do both. Yeah, so if it does async, it can do both. If you do sync only, it can only do sync. And I was using Flume for that, which was a good one. Now Flume is kind of in a maintenance mode, in a good maintenance mode, but still maintenance. Now the guy was a genius that did that. And then the CrossFire, it kind of, I think, can be seen as the next version of that. Yeah, it's very on performance based, but they also have this API. So we're going to do the CrossFire there. But I want to make sure that first I move to the right places, such as I do the CrossFire in the right place, and you are going to see where. So now that we have that, we're going to go there, and we're going to see that it did all of this stuff. So I do a cargo build. Boom, booyah. That is not good. So now the way I will do that, I have a CBO. So the CBO is creating a file which is going to be build out. Yeah, so it's telling me the error over there. So this is the thing here. I can do that. Okay, I'm going to move that. And I'm going to move it, you guessed it, to my workbench next data. And then, so again, with the coder, I want that to be a little bit more automatic. But so far, that is the way. And then I'm going to, I want to go there. I see, step, doesn't matter. And then I want to do something like that. The current step, implementation, cannot compile, C build out.txt. And now when you see the auto context, it will have one workbench data files. This is a magic. And this is why data files, a workbench can even work on the data files. So now the thing here in zcoder, all of this, I want to simplify it. Right now, you have to be a ninja here to know all this kind of things. So I'm showing you here as part of the things, but it's like a ninja trick. Yeah. The point here is, and you see this is beautiful. It's now it reduced the one, but it's like, hey, you really need that. And then it sends the files and it sends all this kind of thing. So it's pretty nice. So now the fix, and then make me proud. That's it. And I do a git amend, ni vu ni connu, and a git amend, ni vu ni connu. Okay. So yeah, I have my head on this guy, but it's a git amend over there. So now that I have this, I'm going to do implement next step. Plan next step. In chat, capture this ask. Give summary of your work. Yeah, that's good. And then boom. So the chat will have the bugs that we fix, is good. And then that will run. So we're talking wow stuff. Perfect time for the question. Like, could you different workbenches end up using different keys at? Okay. Yeah, you guys, SD, XD. No, different keys. That might be something in the very far future, I think. Yeah, so key per workbench, I didn't think of that. There might be so I think the first thing is first we want zcoder to manage the keys. So one, if there is the environment keys, probably take those. Otherwise, take the key he has, or logic or on off on these ones. Then I think the auth business might be good for dynamic keys to add that support. And then perhaps keys per workbench, but I don't know if that is really something. Could be a very advanced thing at some point, but that will take quite a bit of time to get right. Like one running on cloud with my work key and another using a local model. Oh, yeah. Where I'm, okay, SDK exe here. Yeah, I mean, if you see that today, for example, in Procoder, and again, the Procoder, just to explain the concepts here, the Procoder is the current version, and decoder will be the next guy. Yeah? So everything, all the goodness you see there, you are going to see there and more. Now, in Procoder, because we're using GenAI, the crate that I created, it does not, it goes to every models. So you have an API key per provider in a way. So in your Ollama, if you hit something with Ollama, today, Ollama, you can have Ollama Cloud, and then you have your own key for that. Or you can hit Ollama local, in this case, there is no key. Yeah. So here, if I namespace a model, and I don't think is the right, but I can say Ollama GPT OS 120B or something like that. Yeah, say OSS 120B, for example, if I had. Or I can do a DeepSeek V4 or Minimax is actually. So I wouldn't use that there. I will use them probably somewhere there. But you could do that. So you can point to any provider you want. Anthropic. I mean, right now I use Google here, and those are aliases that you have in your .AIPack base. And then is an alias for OpenAI. So here I'm using Gemini and then GPT. So that would be the same thing. So hopefully I answer your question here. So you will be able to have different providers for different people. I mean, today you can already do that. Yeah. Now, having different keys for the same provider for different workbenches, that is something else. Now, having different keys for another session of zcoder, that might make sense. Because you can say, hey, this project is a home project. This project is a work project. So that eventually, if we do it right, we should be able to do that. Okay, so I'm going to go there. And the guy kind of changes things, executor, I'm happy. So you see, again, this was not vibe coding because at the beginning, in the chat, it told me that the executor was going to be here. It didn't make sense for me, for my design. It's not that the AI was dumb. It's that I say, hey, it's common for it. It's like, oh, okay, common is common. So I put common stuff over there. And because I know where I want to land in 6 months, a year, I know, no. Common is just about type and basic events. So even that guy here is too much. And we're going to look at that. Yeah? But this guy, it's that guy. It's about executors. So it shouldn't be there. It should be there. That is something that sometimes people say, why are you coding AI? Otherwise, that is where engineering still matters. And it's not the fault that the model is bad. Yeah? If you talk to investors, because they are so AI staff, they are going to be in a not yet loop. It's always a not yet discussion. It's very exhausting. The point here is that it's not that the model is bad, it's because the model couldn't predict where I wanted to land. But I have 25 years of experience of landing. So I don't want landing like a plane landing. Yeah. So I know that I don't want that there. I want that there. So that is the things here that sometimes it doesn't matter that AI got it wrong here. I will move it later, and then I will capture it in the spec. So now we do that. And I do a cargo build. Oh my God, this today is not being nice with me. So I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to do that guy. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do a CBO. I'm not happy with that. It's a little bit annoying right now. So that is one of the things here. Where is my guy? Drop it here. All right. Game over. So that is what I want to, in zcoder, I want to streamline completely, because it could be, and today you could almost do it with Procoder. Is very powerful. So you could write something that does that for you, but thanks. So I'm going to say step, compile error, C builder, build out txt, and fix it. Okay, so that is, well, there's quite a bit of refactoring, so I'm not really fully surprised. And it actually is funny because could I fix it by hand? Oh, look at that. Great. Okay. I don't know. Okay. So cargo build. Yeah, git amend. Git amend. And then I go back there. Next step. Boom. Run. So that will go there. So now let's go and look at that guy here. We're going to do a crates. And so the one that I like about the event-based is a CrossFire. So CrossFire is basically MPSC, and they have all of it. They have the SPSC, MPSC, so it's single producer, single consumer, and all of that, all the combinations. So it's pretty cool. And MPMC means that the consumer will only get one message. So if you have multiple consumers, it's a load balance, yeah? So you get one message, but the other guy doesn't get it, which is very nice because you can speed up the consumer on multiple threads if you wanted to. So that is, it's pretty good. So this one, I think it's a good one, and I like to normalize into one. Now there's obviously, you know, if you look at the performance, it's pretty high compared to the other guys. And because they have everything, I like to normalize everything into one without to have too many. So that's what we're going to go with. Now, the way it works is you have these guys. So that is where I understand the naming. The naming is pretty cool, but I don't know if I want to expose that. So the way that I like to do it in my code base, I often do it in a way that I have an event, and that will be in DC command that will just do I will just have TX, which is going to be a MTX actually, RX, which is going to be a single consumer, which is what we have in the other crate usually. And then I wrap the CrossFire into those types. And that allows me to normalize everything my way from my program in a way that is independent from whatever event library I'm using. And so that is what I like to do on some of the things, is to wrap them, such as I follow my pattern for my code base, and I have this kind of wrapper. So that is what we're going to do when we're going to do this new guy here. which is at this step here. And we have 1 hour. I have a hard stop at, we just have 1 more hour at 11:30, but that hopefully we can do that. That is a goal. So we'll see if it goes. And then we're going to see where it is right now. So I have the core. That is pretty cool. TUR. Well, oh, no. Sorry. My mistake. Oh, that's why it took quite a bit of time, because he moved all these files there. Okay. So that is actually pretty good. So he moved all these guys there. Yeah, that's my style. So this is where I'm styling the things. There's going to be something pretty cool with TUI, I think. I'm going to implement later. So this is my style. It's a little bit like CSS in a way. I mean, it's not CSS, but that is the style. It's like CSS colors in a way. And variables. And then I'm going to have another one, which is for all my icons. I will have 2 icons. One, which is normal, the emoticons here, the ugly guys. And then the other one, the nerd fonts. So nerd fonts is pretty cool. It gives you a whole set of clean icons, very consistent icons on top of any fonts. So if the people that are using zcoder are nerds, which I am, I'm fine, then the nerd font is going to be awesome, because then you have even a better UI that looks better. So that's my plan here, eventually. That would be a nice to have, a nice touch, I think. So I think this is pretty big code based, and cargo build, it works. It's pretty impressive that it works. Yeah? There's quite a bit of refactoring here that I would have done it by hand. I mean, I would have done it, but it would have been painful. I think it would have been more painful than prompting. So now I'm going to do that. I'm taking this guy over there. Okay, so now that is good. And then what I'm going to do is do the next step. So if I go to the plan and I see the plan like that, I'm almost at the end. So we did that. And so that's the way the plan is written, yes? Everything is in a file again and will be the same in zcoder. And then it goes through the stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. So now I'm going to run again. So the prompt is fine. You can do the stuff. So in zcoder, and you can do it in procoder here with subagent. There's a whole thing where you can hook your own subagent to modify the loop. But the point here with procoder is going to be, with zcoder, is that should be able to be a loop, obviously. And it will go all stuff. And then when it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It will try again, probably will do a retry of 1 or 2. So anyway, so those guys here, the things that I want is I want to re-architect, do my little wrapper type on these kind of things. And then what I want from a code design, which is important, is if you go to my event here, TUI event, you see I have this TUI event, and then at some point I have a TUI loop. So that's Ratatouille, okay? And then I have a TUI sender TUI event. I don't want that. What I want here is something like that. That's a TUI TX. And then here I want TUI RX. And those could be type alias at the beginning. But this way, in all my app, I know exactly, this one is too much noise for me. If I have TUI RX, I say, oh, okay, the RX of the TUI. TUI TX, oh yeah, stuff. And they will map a generic TX and RX of the common. So that will be part of the TUI crate. And in tcommon, that will be something like that, type. And that will be the common TX TUI event. That is the thing. Yeah. And then after I can make it a concrete type if I want. But this way I use that everywhere. This one is the one that generic that has a function I like. So for example, I like send to be async by default. I don't like the other way around. I want to have a send sync that will do the right thing with CrossFire. There's a little dance over there, but it's possible to do. And so that is the kind of things that we can do with this architecture here. So it will normalize the things, and then I have the things where I have strong type. And if I want to have stronger type, I can have a struct TUI, and that will do that, and then I can implement tref, or I can do implement a forward or whatever. So that is the thing that I want to do eventually. So I'm going to remove that because otherwise it's going to mess up my stuff. And I'm going to assume, and I don't know, that that is done now. Thin root. And by the way, the procoder here, you have each step. It tells what it has been doing. So now we have this, we have that. Git. I'm going to do up. Git log. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing here. And so here I just copy that guy over there. But here git add. I'm doing a git add here because I want to make sure that I didn't forget any files. Okay. And then I'm going to run again. So if I do that and I do a cargo run, does it still work? Yeah. That's pretty cool. And then we do another one, another run. And I think if we go to the plan, that is where here, and it's going to go this one. This is a pretty neat way here of doing stuff. And that is pretty cool. Any question, feel free to ask. And then what we're going to do next is the following, which is, I'm going to show you, I don't want to make it too complex, because now there's two Z things here. It's a little bit confusing, but that is my AIPack. So that is 60,000 line of code, so it's pretty big. But that is what I have. You see that I have a cancel guy. This guy is a different cancel mechanism here. That is good for cancel. There's a whole thing there. And I'm using a sync. So this one I use a notify, is good for cancel. So I normalize it there. I have the one shot. So I think this one is normalizing on top of Flume, I think. This guy, Flume Sanders. So that is what I'm using there. And the cool thing, I'm creating the static str, such as you can know the name, you can name it. And so when you see the error, you know which one stuff. So little, utilities like that is always nice. And that's my unbound. So that is, and we might not have exactly the same one, but that is what I have right now in the AIPack. And we're going to do resort to Flume. We're going to have the CrossFire. So that is a goal. If there's any question, feel free to ask. And I think now, boom, we're on that, guys. So clean dependencies and everything. That's pretty good. Work done. And this is good. That's clean. Okay. Then that. And then cargo. So if I do a zoom in, cargo, a run. And then I say, why is sky red? Okay, that's pretty cool. Jamie, how long? What is a how long? We're almost on 2 hours right now. This is my thing. But anyway, this might be too long. I don't know. But I code things that I need to do anyway. So in a way, I show you how I code. So now I have things. So now I have two things. I like to use fork. It's a little application like that. Unfortunately, I cannot make it bigger for you guys. They don't have I mean, they have a, I don't know how, do they have something? That's funny, I don't know why he does that. It's an awesome tool. The only thing they don't do super well is font size. And they do it here, but then you cannot, you see, it doesn't update the other guy. You update this guy, but that's not the guy I want to update. I want to update everything. So I need to ping them to say, hey, I want to show you a tool. And it's awesome, but it's hard to read. So now I have all of these guys here. And sorry again. I have all these guys that are within that. So my question to my head is, do I commit like this or do I flatten them out? And I'm going to flatten them out. Okay. So I'm going to squash to parents. I'm going to say that. And sometimes when you do in one step, it's creating, oops. And then I click here, just because I'm lazy here, I could do that. Okay, boom. And then we have one commit, much clearer. And now I'm going to do git s main and git merge nx. Boom. So that's pretty cool. So now I have this, and then if we do that, we still have, so we're back to square one, but we're back in the scalable way. So what we did here right now is we did that. Yeah, kind of been 2 hours because I explained stuff and things, but we've moved the thing into workspace to scale the code. That is the thing that we did. So now we're going to go relatively quick on this one. I still have 1 hour, like 45 minutes, 1 hour. So we're going to do a little bit of that, and then we'll see. Now, the spec step here, that is, now that we did that, it would be nice to create a spec out of it. And in fact, let's do the spec here. I'm sorry. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do one thing. Now that we have the plan, look at the plan and create a clean, and I'm going to do spec because the spec rule will be added to the workbench. A clean spec dash workspace.md and dev specs. So some people are somehow doc-centric, and they think that the doc and PRD is what drives development. Oh, sorry, so I go to my prompt and say, look at the plan and create a clean dev spec workspace. So this is what I'm doing. And so the reason why is because now all of this good work that we did in our NS workspace, in the plan, I want to extract it and to put it into a spec, such as now, just by reading the spec, we get the philosophy of the design of the workspace. Yeah? So let's create a spec to capture the design of the workspace and describe the role of each. Okay, this is what I will do. And then I run it. So that will run the stuff here, and I think I will run it because I have Command R that finds the right tmux, and then it does the stuff. So that is what it's going to do, and it's going to create a files on my dev spec over there. And so you see here I have the spec files, which is not going to be used, but more importantly, there's a spec rules. So the way that I define a spec is that you have intent, the intent of the spec, the code design, and the design consideration. This is the why of the how. This is the how. This is the summary of the what. It doesn't have to be the PRD, the summary of the what, such as we know what is the intent, because otherwise the code design of what and why. So now we have that, and then at some point it should create that. And then stuff. Tap across the crate on the execution, and then stuff. So that's pretty good. Yeah. So I think that is a good enough stuff. It's even a little bit too big. We could ask it to make it shorter later, but this is a good one. So what I'm going to do is, I did a mistake, I think. Git log, did I merge a guy? Yeah, I merged a guy. And then I'm going to do git add spec workspace. Okay, so that is what I do. Git add spec workspace. Git log. Yeah. Okay, so that is pretty nice. Okay, so now what we want to do is the following. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back a little bit to do some coding over there. And then we're going to take that crate. So we're going to use for the event base that guy here, this CrossFire business. So we're going to take this and we are going to put it in something like, let's put it events. There would be a point here to put it all in async in a way. It's part of the same family of things. Yeah. Actually, let's do that. So that we do that. There's two strategies here. Either you do something like that or something like that. I like to put that sometime because it tells when did I put in. I'm not sure yet, but that's the thing. I'm going to create a new workspace here, which is going to be DC NX events. Okay, I don't need that. I don't need that. I'm not going to do anything for now. I want to code a little bit by hand right now. And then I'm going to do, so one thing that we're doing now is in zcoder, we're adding the CrossFire. So we did the workspace, we updated the spec, so that has been sprinkled here, which is good. And now we're going to do the CrossFire, which is the Rust MSP and the stuff. So that is our goal, to move from Tokyo to the CrossFire. One is performance, which is not a big deal because I think Tokyo will be fast enough for us. But the other one is because the CrossFire support both sync or async. And sometimes it's nice to have an async producer that you can turn into async because you don't have in the function async. So this is a very nice thing to have. So that's why I like to have a lot this one. So now we're going to go there and we are going to go this. So we are going to have, and I guess I could go to my thing, GC next SC, which is switch create next events. I'm going to do like this. Let's see. And I'm going to do refactor. Events CrossFire. Okay. So, hey, Jamie, how long? How long? Well, 2 hours, like now. So that's finally, I got your question. I'm getting tired, I guess. So this is, we're pretty, so what we did today for the new one here coming is we are building the zcoder, that is a topic, and we are doing the workspace. So we change the code to be workspace based, such as ready to scale. And now we're going to normalize to CrossFire, which is a cool MPSC, SC, and so on, which is async and sync at the same time. So it's pretty cool. And then the spec is in fact something that we are doing as we are doing it here. So try to be a spec-driven development. So now what we're going to do here, I'm going to code a little bit by hand. So one thing I like to have is I'm going to go to my thing here. So let me, there's too many folders open here. Well, it doesn't matter. And then this one, I could move it there. Actually, I will do that. And I will go see the archive. I do commit the archive. I don't need to be too smart about it. And then what I'm going to do is I don't need that much for now. What I want is, so we did this cargo business with the CrossFire. I want to go to my crates, which is my Z command. I'm going to add the async equal workspace equal true. So now what I'm saying here is to say, hey, I use a CrossFire for my workspace and things. Now I go here and there's an event things, which I don't like at all because that shouldn't be here. That should have been over there. So in fact, I'm going to move that. Hello, Vin. And I'm going to move that. I should have done it in a different. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go here. It's not, I'm going to move this event. I don't like it here because that is a TUI guy. So I want to have source, view, and it's fine to have events here. So I'm going to have events, mode, events. That's fine. It's where my event is going to be for all of these guys. Now, this guy could be over there, but I'm going to put it there. I'm going to create. Does it do a create? Yes. Okay. Single file is enough. Paste it. Boom. Here. That should compile it nicely. This one, I'm going to remove it for now. I'm going to remove that for now. And then that, I don't like that. Oh, I know perhaps why it's there. Because this guy is using it. And that is, oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to reset my stuff here. So I'm going to do up and I'm going to do a git restore. That's why I always use git. Okay. So the thing I'm saying is, okay, I get it. The reason why I put it there is because the zcore needs it. And this is a mistake. The zcore shouldn't know about. Actually, I'm wrong. Those are not TUI guys. Action event. No. This is correct. So we have these guys. Okay. Oh, okay. I get it. I wanted those, sorry, not to be in the TUI, to be in the zcore. But the problem is they are used also by TUI. But they can, okay, sorry guys. I'm getting confused. And it works beautifully. So let me show you here. This is a good thing about the Rust architecture. So our architecture is like this, okay? One thing that we cannot do when we have crates is we cannot have one that depends on, if TUI use core cannot use TUI. So often this is why you have a third guy, because this one can use this one can use this one, and then this one can use this one. So if you want share, you do it there, and then everybody is happy. Now, in the core, we have the executor, but it doesn't need to be in Z command. It should be there because we have the executor there. And the TUI, because it already depends on the core, we're all happy. Yeah, so that is the thing that is okay. So that's why if I go back there, this guy should be moved. So I'm going to remove that for now. This guy can have his own event. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some event there. But there is some event. You see? Events. Now, I don't know if I should put an S or not in event, but whatever. So there is some event there. So now what there is no S. I'm not going to put S in. So now this guy, I want it here. I don't need it there. So I'm going to put it there, drop it, and I'm going to remove that, remove that. So the Z core is silly right now. That's fine. And then I'm going to move that here, and I'm going to do a mode events. I could prompt it. So that is a good example. People are, sometimes we are getting too, it's a lot of emotion right now with AI, which is silly. Okay? Here, these things, could I prompt it? Yes. Will it be silly? Yes. Because it's easier for me to move the thing around and have the design. So it's not about what you prompt or the percentage and stuff. And often the things that I like to do is this way here. This is a way sometime where, in a way, I am at this level here, which is I do the drifting control. I want to make sure. So this one is my steering wheel, my 10% of code. That's my steering wheel. And then after I have this 10%, which is my drifting control. Yeah, sometimes it's better that I drift myself. I mean, I'm trying to do a metaphor here, but I want to control a little bit how I curve. And that's my curve here. Could I prompt it? Yeah. But would it be more work? And yes, definitely. Yeah. So that is why I'm trying to avoid it. And here I'm editing by hand. And this is why it's important to learn Rust and to understand Rust, such as you can make these calls, rather to be stuck into a mode where you always have to prompt your way to everything, which is a silly as well. So either extreme is silly, basically. That's my point. So the thing I'm saying is to say we do that, and now we do a crate zco. That should work very nicely. And then we should go back there. This guy has an exec. This shouldn't be that. Yeah, technically it should go there, but we're going to do that like this. And technically that is a little bit on the silly side. We'll refactor that later. But that's fine. Actually, that is bugging me now. Why does it bug me? It bugs me because, well, I'm going to keep it this way. I might ask AI to change that because there's more stuff to change. So that might be a thing. And then I do a ZC core. Now it makes sense because the core is responsible of the execution business. And so I have that. I still have more people not happy over there. ZC core. This is cool about, sometimes it can be confusing, but it's still cool. About Z. And then that's it. Boom. So that is pretty cool. And now I'm going to do, sorry, I have this cool things where when I press shift, it put it inside. And when I don't press shift, common stuff is put it just below. Because when I code myself, I have it below. But when I code with people, I have it inside because to have the full screen. So I do that, and I'm going to say GC, and I'm going to say refactor, move exec event to ZC core. That's good enough. Okay, so now we have that, and I don't want to do that today. Oh, I need to do a git add. Okay, so that's cool. So now we have that. I want to go back to the core, not core. So I have that. So now I'm happy. This is my exec. Core is about exec. So event is there. So far, so good. Now, and at some point, I will need to update the spec as well. So that is the thing. When you edit by hand, then you need someone else to edit the spec, but that's fine. We can prompt AI for that. Now on this guy here, I want the event. And the event is a little bit, not the event themselves, but the infrastructure of the event. So this is where I want to have my CrossFire business. I don't know why. Oh yeah, it got lost just before. So did I have my CrossFire? Yeah, okay. So I have my CrossFire. I go back to common. Can't go to ML. I'm going to add CrossFire. So I'm going to async and events business. That is going to be. And that would be a workspace. True. By the way, why I don't use AI in Z is because there's this little cursor that follows me all the time, kind of stress me out. So I have done a little toggle AI. And then because I use AI with my procoder for the heavy lifting, I don't need light lifting in a way. So when I do that, did I toggle AI? Yes. And then sometime. And then, but now it's weird because sometimes it's not there anymore. What is CrossFire? I don't know why it's so small. Okay, it's connected now. Sometime it wasn't connected. Is it connected? Okay, cool. I can do that there. Okay. Wow. Yeah, problem is GPT stuff is not that good. Okay, so that change the icon is actually pretty cool. So now I can turn off AI. So I do like that. And we're going to keep it on. Perhaps it doesn't. I don't know. So now I have this, and I'm going to go there. I'm going to do a mode event. And that would be my common event in a way. And I'm going to create a file here. A question here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that because that is might become core. So the thing I like to have code region here. So here I'm going, I'm stuck here. I don't remember how. I had the thing here. This is Clippy is back here. This is like, this make me think of the Microsoft Clippy back in the days. This stuff where it's always like you start typing and then it's there. But this, I hate it. And I don't know why I think. So that it cannot be done because common. So this would be the common stuff. And again, there's a little bit too much common, but my point here is that would be my base event. And eventually I might have event async and so on. So that is what I'm doing. And then I'm going to flatten it up like this. Pub use event store. So that is what I'm doing. So this is, now I'm re-exporting those guys. And then in these guys, this is where the magic comes. I mean, the magic. This thing comes here. What I want is I want my own TX business. So let me take my notes over there. And here's what I want. I want let me okay, very good. So this is what I want. I want this guy. So I want a guy here, which is my TX, and my TX will be the M, I think, by default, because that is the way I want to normalize everywhere. And then I want my RX to be that guy. Now, why this guy is confusing? Oh, there's a phantom data here. F flavor. That's interesting. Okay, so now why does it still complain? Complain less. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. What does it do? Okay. So I'm going to click here. Okay, so this is a weird thing. Okay, so let's go back here and we're going to do something like that and we're going to see if this guy found it. Huh. Yeah, but this one is not clone, I think. So I need to think that. So that is what I will do. The thing I don't understand here. And I'm learning here the crate here. So that is MP async RX are not clone. Okay. M async RX and MTX are clone. So my async are not clone. Do not implement sync. Okay, that's fine. They can be moved into other threads. They are not allowed to be used in send receive while in Arc. Okay, that's fine. And then we have masync TX and MTX are clone. Okay. So I want the masync TN, correct? Struct masync TN. So that is a pub guy. Why you say that I don't have it? Okay, no, I got oh, no, I'm sorry. It's async TN, RX. Okay, I'm good. Oh. What? Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, this is very annoying when you see the error. I'm so sorry for everybody. When you see it and I don't see it, it might be things. So feel free to tell me when I miss up stuff. Yeah, so this guy has this flavor business here, which is, I'm not sure what this flavor is. It needs to be stuff. I have to have registry send item. So we're going to see what that is. So usually I do that with Flume and it works very nicely, this pattern. So it's the first time I do it with CrossFire. So that's why it's going to be a little bit on the stuff. Yeah. So that is nice. And we're going to have, for now, we're going to have the unused here because I don't like the allow unused. Okay. So this is good. And then we're going to put the event command here. And then here, what I want is I'm going to pub use. Okay. I don't like, I'm going to try to give it a try to this little stuff following, but I'm not a big fan of it. And that's good. And so now that I have this, what I want and then give me 1 minute. Yeah. This is what I want. So that is the implementation. Now I do one comment section. Okay, that's good. And unfortunately I cannot share those guys. And so that will be the implementation. So I like to have my little region like that, even if in Z it doesn't fall anymore. But And then on this guy, I'm going to have this. So this way, so what I'm doing here, okay, fair enough. Do I need to do that as well? Yeah. Send error. So this guy is going to be a CrossFire send error. And this, why does it complain? And pin, consider pin macro. Huh. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, let res, like for result, to try to understand what's going on. Why will you do that? I don't get it. This is tx, and then I should be derive clone. And so this one, we clone this guy. This is, okay, we're getting there. Okay, this is one, I think, okay, little by little we'll get there. So my TX. So like this, I don't have to learn all these things. I just want to use TX, I think. And then my goal is TS sync. This is the way you do it with CrossFire for my research. Yeah, these little things. So now I'm going to do something like that. Sorry. And then there's a pin business, unexpected enum result. Okay, that's fair. Let res equal and something I'm not missing here. I'm doing that to see what's going on here. Why? I'm going to click on that guy. And imagine this machine will await this machine stand. Okay, there's something there, which I'm not sure. So do they give bounded async stuff? Async TX. In future, send a message. Send future, so that might be. Send timeout. Send with timer. There's a lot of stuff. Huh. There's something simple, obvious that I'm meaning. Okay, so send future. Now, what does this guy is complaining over there? Send f item. There's something here, this simple thing. I might have to take that offline. I have to go in a few. I don't understand why is it that complicated. If there's something that I think I'm missing somewhere. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to give up a little bit. I'm going to see. I mean, not give up, but I'm going to take another stuff. So I will do that. Something, this future business, and then raise. So let's go to the sun future. What does it do? Okay, that's not, it's their sun future business. I don't like unwrap at all, but no, I don't need unwrap. I'm going to say sun here. No? Okay, fair enough. We're going to go the old way here. So we go back here. Back here. We're going to go to the repository. We're going to go, there's no examples. Okay, so here's what I will do. I will go to, what I will do, I will go to that guy. So there's something here with Frame is much easier, but I really want to like CrossFire. I'm sure I'm missing something. I'm going to do to do here. And I'm going to do git AC, which is append commit. I'm going to do that. Work on ZC common events. Okay, and I want to have a commit before I put a bang to say, you know, this one perhaps not to keep or to merge or whatever. But I want that, and then now I have my next event business here, and I'm going to say, look at the I'm going to copy. And I'm going to say keep the TX RX common. R wrapper. It's not really English, but whatever. Give summary of the work. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to put, actually, I'm going to do here, I'm going to do a CBO, which is cargo build and output, which is going to give me my output there. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to have my next event. And then here, I'm going to take this guy. I'm going to put it in the data of the next event. So I'm going to have AI looking at it, and then we're also going to look at it. So there's something I'm missing obvious here. So do they have some example somewhere? So my TX, MTX. Oh, no, MTX, okay. Send. MRX. Do they have the async here? I'm missing something. And I really want to use it, so I'm not going to give up. Is the other guy still working on it? Now, the problem is I don't know if this guy really knows the thing, so... Oh, he did remove some errors. So he didn't change that. MTX, yes. Async RX, good. Then that guy still complain. That guy still complain. F item. Oh, wow. Okay, so if I do CBO, what is going to give? Okay, so that is what I was missing. So this is a F item of F. But I don't, there's something I don't. This is a flavor? Oh yeah, okay. There's something I don't understand in this crate. I will be back at some point. So I have the CB over there. Perhaps self-inner send await map error. You might be right. Send inner. Okay, let me see. Xvoid, you are still here? You're crazier than I am. Careful, when you get old, it's not going to be good. MPSC stuff. No, but you see, I do Command U here. This guy is not good. Because this guy doesn't send back a future. It's not an await. You see, this send future business. Send time with future. No, those are not future. I don't think they are future business. Are they? I don't think. They might implement future only. Oh, you know what? No. I don't know why. I thought they were. Could you push to a branch so I could take a look? I can do that. Git. I'm going to amend a git log. Okay, git amend. And what I'm going to do is, I don't have the stuff, but I do a GPO, then it complains, and I say, yeah, right. I take this, boom, that. Okay, you have it in the next events business. So, there's something here which is very frustrating. I'm still amazed that there's 11 people here, but you guys are the top guys. So there's a problem here is, and I think it's, I don't know why the send is so complicated. I have inner, and I'm not saying they are wrong. Yes, I feel that I'm missing something obvious. But you know, sometimes you have to do those stuff in public. Oh, you see what I'm going to do? Here's the thing. It's crazy stuff. I'm taking this, okay, this file. Yeah, so I am in the thing, I command click. Now, if that works, man, it's awesome. So I go back here, and this is compile issues. And it's fair to say that the AI model, I'm using GPT they know CrossFire. The models are getting very good, but it might not know all the little things. Now, let's assume that this little nuance here is in this file. This file, which is this guy here, okay, which is the async MTX. Why is it async? Why is not the async MTX here? Oh, because it's in async TX. Okay, that's fine. They have one file. So here I'm going to take this file. I'm going to go to my workbench. I'm going to create a file which is going to do CrossFire source async underscore tx.rs. Boom, pay the thing there. Okay, now that might work like a charm. I'm going to boot that. I'm going to do a CBO. So now that created a file here that I'm going to move over there. And I'm going to say in my coder prompt, git AC. I'm going to say, look at the and the build out .exe file for the compile error. Also, you have the CrossFire source async tx. Look at it for reference. And I just want an event command.rs. Clarity always good. So that I will do. I'm going to let AI doing the stuff, and I'm going to go back somewhere here. And I'm going to try to say, is something so obvious missing? Tell me X void if you find it. I have a plus button here. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Member only live stream close. Okay. There's a sign here, but they don't show the async. So is this guy fix the business? Oh, he fixed it. Because I keep the source of the file. Ha ha. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you find it? X void or not? Yeah. And honestly, I could have found it. I could have guessed it because they told a pin at some point, and I didn't want to put the pin macro. Yeah, the pin is, this pin business is a spotty one in Rust. Still love Rust. Rust is the best, but this one is tough. Okay, this is beautiful. Okay, so for whoever stuff. So now the nice things here, and again, this will be part of zcoder built in, okay, the workbench and this data, but this is a beautiful thing here. Look, I put the data, CBO, it does a cargo build and stuff, put it there. And then I have that. So the AI had that. Then copy paste the code of the async TX stuff, such as the guy gets it. Yeah. And then that's it. And then it fixes the problem beautifully without going crazy. Because sometimes, I'm talking French now, sometimes AI go French thing. Learning live, yeah. But the problem is like the pin on pin. I mean, I'm not a master of that guy either. It's a sporty stuff. So okay, so this is pretty cool. So now here's the reason why. It's because I want my facade of my events to be what I want and not what the library wants. Now, the CrossFire, these guys, they know much better all of these things than me. They are the expert, no brainer. Like, for example, for me, I will never do unsend. They have unsafe, and I'm not complaining that they're doing unsafe. I don't have the skill of doing unsafe. It's been too long I haven't done C or C++. So I don't want to get the unsafe. So I'm happy that people that know what they're doing are using it. All good. I don't want to give stuff. But at the same time, I want to have so I want to use great stuff, but I want to have a facade that fits my way of working. Right now, the thing I'm worried a little bit is, and it might be okay, is what are the constraints of this T? Yeah, because there's this flavor here, pub trait, flavor, send static. So now it's like, so there's something I need to think about that. So we have this, and this is beautiful. So now I want the send to always be await. That's the way I want to be. And my TX to be always await, but I want a send sync. That is very important because sometimes, for example, when you are in some loop, you don't want to be in an async way. And so be able to do the send sync is very cool. Try send is very, try send, I don't use it a lot, actually. Either send or send sync, because there's no reason to do a try send very much. But a try receive is heaven. Don't want to go too deep in this one, but sometimes you have an event loop on the UI. And the UI, you don't want to refresh it on every event, but you want to get every event. Because an event, you want to make sure that you refresh the UI at least when there's a new data coming. But if the data come too fast, you don't want to do the back pressure because you don't want to slow down the workers. But on the UI side, you don't want to retrigger a refresh all the time. So what you do is you drain all your message, but you don't drain like, hey, I drain it. You go through them and you cherry pick the one you want, the one that are important. And then you are building a new queue, a debounce queue for the UI loop. And when you do that, performance goes 100x. And this is how, for example, in the AIPack, when you have all these little squares, you can have all these squares that go fast because the TUI loop kind of debounce all of these events. Sometimes it could be 300 events in 10 milliseconds or 15 milliseconds. But because the UI kind of debounce them, then there's only 2 events that get the refresh. So this is why the try receive is very important, because you just look, you don't wait, you just look. And then if it's good, then you have it. If it's not, you get an option. Now, one thing that I don't like about these guys is a receive error. So then I've looked, it say empty. I'm not a big fan of that because in a way, I want more kind of an option. Yeah, in a way, it's not an error to have nothing. It's a normal state. So that is one thing that I might change here. Yeah, the result to have the things, I might have option off. I don't think I have the, but I have option here. And this way, that would be only the error for the staff. So this is one thing that for my normalization is very important. Now, that doesn't mean that the people that did this library are bad at design. They are much better than me. No brainer of that for their level. Now, on my domain, I want something relatively normalized that fits a little bit the rest. And there's many ways to skin the cat. I just want all my cats to be skinned the same way. I know it's mean, but that is a way. So anyway, all of that to say that we have that, and that is pretty cool. So now I export this and then stuff. Hooch. I don't know if ouch. What do you mean a step? It's too much, too long? So git log, git commit. So I'm having a git commit here, or git amend. And then I'm going to do git log. I'm going to clean my log. Okay, I'm going to, I'm lazy. I'm going to use a fork here. Okay, so this one, I will delete it later. And then I'm going to merge it to parents. And sometimes I can do that. Sometimes it do an error. It's annoying. So it's small. I cannot set big. I need to tell the guy because it's such a great app. Rip cats. Yeah, rip cat. So that things, and then why it doesn't do this? Oh yeah, it says a workbench over there. Oh no, it's not here that I want. Okay, that's pretty cool. Give me 1 minute here. I need to check something, and then I'm back. I'm like literally 60. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so that's cool because we got extended here. So I'm sorry for the one that want to look at stuff. I mean, this has been a long one, but we started early in the morning. So now the thing I'm very happy, and I know that these things looks long and cumbersome, but it's actually the way that we scale code in many ways. Because then it will normalize so much of my stuff that then everything is going to be a kind of a breeze to use. So now that we have this, what we want is, you see this RX and this TX business, that is what we want to use elsewhere. So we're going to go elsewhere. And that will be, so not really in the event. So these guys we're going to have, I'm sure we're going to have to change stuff there. But we are going to go to our TUI events. That's cool. So that I like that. And then I have a state, and I think I have somewhere this one. Sender, and okay, I'm going to do that search. So I'm searching here for all the TUI event to know where I create the function. Start ping timer. Oh, so that is already follow my stuff. That's good. But he didn't use it enough. So I'm trying to find where I get, okay, so I'm going to do this. This one is what? Is sync MPC bounded, okay. And then I'm going to know. Oh, okay, I'm going to ask the AI here. Do not write any code. give answer. Where do I create the TUI and exec Q TX? Okay, so I'm going to ask AI to do that. And then I can do it in parallel. So why I'm getting confused here, the core, that should be so. Was it faster than AI? Okay, let's see what the guides say. Executor stuff. So if I go there, yeah. Okay, so now what I can say, I'm going to ask AI actually, you know what? Do not update the executor event to use the CrossFire MPSC, which I think what I have, and the ZC common event TX RX. So that is what I want to do, yeah? What I want it to do, and I run it here. I want to update that guy, event TX. Okay, so I have my TX and my stuff with this type here. I'm a little bit worried about that, but worry about it's, yeah, we'll see. And so I need it to write the right code to create the right channel. And so what I'm saying is I have many events. And so the event is a good way to scale your program all the time. So you want to have a queue. You don't want to have too many queues, but event passing is very good. And again, doing a TUI is like doing a video game. You want to have a fast event loop. And you want to make sure that you compute only what is needed that the user see. So that is the thing. So this is why today, for example, in our TUI, when we are in these things and we do cargo run, you're going to see that when I do something like this, you say, why is the sky yellow? Can the sky be yellow? That is a way to ask AI, by the way. The sky be specific and stuff, most during the sunrise. Oh, yeah, okay, that's silly. So the thing I'm saying is to say when it does that, that is actually stored in the almost UI state, I think, which is silly. What I want it to store is in the core. And in fact, my architecture will be as follow, yeah? If you go there, it's going to be much more like the architecture that I had for, yeah, this one. Yes, we are going to have, without the IPC layer, we might have actually, but we'll have this one, yeah? We'll have a model layer and a store, and that will be part of core for now. And so this means that and the store will be SQLite. And that would be the backend model controller and everything. So everything I've been saying like a year ago. So it's still what I use in AIPack. And so the nice thing about that is you separate the store, the executor, store stuff in the model, in the store. I mean, it's a model store. And then the TUI will just get what it needs. That's the magic to go fast, is to be able to only get what you need. So that is the way. So this guy has finished here. So let me see what he did. He did a lot of things. What did he do? Why did he do all of this? I don't want that. This is a weird thing he did here. This is a weird thing he did. Yeah, okay, it's my mistake here. I don't want to do that. I wanted to do that. And usually that is my way of doing it. So I do the mode definition here. This one is a per mode, and this is a re-export the flatten out. That will that. And now there's one guy that is going to complain, which makes sense. And then event. Now, the thing I don't like at all, and it's not because AI, I don't care who created it. Even if it were me, I wouldn't like it. I don't like this stuff. Why does he have this straight backend and business? This is super complicated. It might be needed, I don't know. I like that. I like that he did that. It's boxed in. Huh. Might be needed. Might be missing something here. I don't know why it's so complicated. Yeah, and then you cannot send and share and stuff. I don't know why it did. Yeah, when you do boxed in and everything, it's a whole thing. It's not share friendly. So I don't know what to do here. So I'm going to go back here. So that is not good. RX Dukes. I don't understand. I don't understand why you did that. So I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to get a git restore on that guy. Git restore on that guy. So that is why this is my workbench here, the one just here, and that is my main guy. So the nice thing about what I just did is to say, hey, it's like if nothing happened. This why it's important with AI is because in AI, if sometimes you want to keep the training thought, and perhaps this is why you get confused. That might have show me the stuff here. Did you get that? No. Oh yeah, he got this guy. He got the build out. So that might have thrown it away. It's like, hey, it's still an error somewhere. So I don't want it. So I'm going to keep this guy, CrossFire source and stuff. And here you see the file name is important because the AI will get the file name and then it will understand without me saying explaining life. Yeah. So that is what I'm naming like that. Now the thing is, I think might have been CrossFire. So again, this is why people are saying you don't need to code. Like when you do prompt AI, oh, you don't coding. This is not true. Yeah, you want to check. And this is so critical because then after, things are going to be much more mechanical. But this this event is so critical to everything, to all my moving parts, that I really want to do it well. And if it takes 2 hours, 3 hours, let's be it. So update the executive event to cross and stuff with the command event. Keep the thing. The common txrx facade. Simple. Make sure to not use din. Well, actually, I'm not going to say that. And have a new bonded MPSC. with default bound limit to 10,000. Yeah. Something like that. So what we want here is bound limit. Here's a way it works in MPSC or the queue system is you have a limit of your queue. And when people send to the queue, if you reach the limit, they are going to wait. When you do a blocking or an await, it's going to wait until it goes below the 10,000. So you want this limit, it's called back pressure. So you want this limit to be relatively high in this kind of things because you don't want to slow down the work because of the UI. And then you want to make sure to fix the UI, such as it doesn't redraw too many times. So if you put too much back pressure, you don't see the issues of you are missing the opportunities of debouncing on the UI side. So you want to keep the back guys very fast, such as you see, it looks weird, yeah, but you see the error, the slowness, and this way you can fix the slowness. You cannot fix what you don't see. Yeah, so that is the thing. Back pressure, don't start with back pressure. Back pressure is the second step. Yeah, first you do the step to make sure that nobody is slowing down anybody, is being smart. And then you put back pressure to make sure you manage memory. But back pressure is more memory management than a performance one. So that is stuff. Now memory is performance at some point, but not in this frame. So we'll see that. And so the goal here is that I want, when I am in my code over there, my TUI event or executor, and I'm creating something new. That's guys. These guys, I want to always call Z common. And then these guys, I want to call that. And then after, I need to see how I'm doing my types business because I want to use my types. That I like it, the way he did it here. I follow my best practice, I guess. Oh, he did a wrapper type, which could be a type alias as well. So that I like that. And then it derive clone. And then he implements. And then he implements that. Yeah. So that's the problem with AI. AI generated that before. And so it's nice. But in a way, I don't have to implement that. I mean, it could be just a wrapper. So we'll see that. So let me see if the AI changed. Okay, change the stuff. Let me see command. Let me make sure don't. Oh, this is beautiful. So, oh no, beautiful, beautiful. Still have this silly thread business. It's not good. I'm mixing it. Why does it need a thread? Yeah, it's not going to end. It's going to complain. Oh, no, okay. Oh, yeah, this is my problem. Oh. I don't like that. Why does it this? This might be missing something. The reason why is the TX and stuff are not stuff, but this one, the TX, is based on things. So I don't like that. Because this guy is clonable, yes? Yeah, it is clonable because I have clone here. Otherwise, it would have complained. I don't understand that. So I'm going to do by hand right now. So I'm going to do something like this, which is a function, new bound dead multi-producer single consumer. Okay. And that will return. And then that will take a type of E. Okay, so this way we'll do, the way we will call it will be new bounded MPSC, and then we'll do, what does it guy? Yeah, we'll create any stuff. Look at this. It's not too dumb. Now, I will say, let's go there. So I don't know if it's because AI is making it too complex or it's because I missing something. So I'm going to do MPSC let res, like this, I see the type, MPSC. I'm going to import this guy. No? Okay, I'm going to be lazy on this guy. I'm going to do that. Actually, MPSC, okay, good. And then I'm going to do new, I think, no? Or bound. Bounded async, okay, that's fair. I don't know what is a blocking async business, but we're going to use this one. And we're going to put 10,000 for now. Now, the reason why I have these guys is because I wanted to see the type. And I'm going to say void for now. I think I need to use this, yeah? Okay, whatever. So, and then this one, let's say that I have an event here. I'm going to debug. So here I'm creating by hand. I will do the same thing. So the funny thing is, usually what I will have done is I will have probably do an XP to learn this MPSP, this CrossFire at this time, but it's fine. So I'm going to do a new bounded MPSC stuff. No, oh. There's something silly that I'm missing. I don't know why I did the cargo fish business. I'm getting confused. And that, I'm going to do that. This is obviously not what we want, yeah, but I'm going to remove variables here. So I'm just trying to understand. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, and then we have this array of TMP events. Oh wow, what is that? That's interesting. An array of T. An array. Oh, interesting. Wow. That's pretty cool. So then if I do a E here, which is my event, then I should pass here, and that should work too, yeah? Boom, kaboom. So that is because E don't live long enough. Okay, so I think we're going to do I think it's something like this, where E. I don't know if I'm lazy. So I'm doing this. Yeah, send a static. That's fair enough. Okay. And that's good. And now, so now what I want is on this guy, I have, so this guy has TX and RX, okay? So we have TX and RX. That is what we have. Okay, that's fair enough. And that means that now I should be able to give it to that guy, yeah? Oh. Okay, I think I know why. I'm going to be disappointed with AI because I don't, if my stuff works here, it would be annoying that AI went to the whole boxed in, because boxed in was going to create a big problem over there. Because that's not, you want to have as much concrete type as you can. You don't want to goof around with box stuff. Now, stuff, so I have so I'm going to do CTX, it's a CrossFire TX. So I'm going to have my let TX equal TX inner CTX. That works. Why does it work? Yeah, it works, but the problem is then my ZTX is array of E, where I wanted to have E. So this guy is T, which is, I want this guy, this T, I want to be the array. Yeah, I think that is what, but if I do that, it's going to be kaboom, yeah? Oh, wow. The array perm stuff. So here I am a async. Okay, that's fair. And so that is what I've read also in, they have, what does it complain here? Oh, that wouldn't work, yeah. Oh yeah, you can say fair enough. I'm not sure we need a static here, but we'll see. Okay, now I'm much happier. I'm learning the library little by little here. So this I'm thinking, and it's very good. Yeah, I mean, they know their stuff much better. So I think what they have is an array, it's an internal array, such as, if they get multiple I mean, that is the way they store the queue. And so the lower level crates require a bit. Yeah. But it's cool. It's cool stuff. I mean, those guys, I mean, I think these CrossFire guys, I mean, those people on the low level are good. So I like it a lot. So it's tough. But this is a cool stuff. You know, it's like we dig down and then after we have the AI cranking up the stuff. But it was funny because if I make it work and the AI went to this whole boxed in business, I mean, that is annoying. So we have the CTX, and then I'm happy. So now the cool thing about this guy is that I don't have the flavor stuff. I think this one I would love to remove it. Can I remove this guy? Okay. It's not necessarily the type. It's not the data that needs to be static. Is a type that cannot have any thing. So I think it's fine. So we'll do that. And then this guy, we're going to be the same guy. So we need to have T here. And then we have an array. And here I messed up here. So as MPSC. Well, no, okay, that's fine. I think this one will be the same guy. So array. And now I'm going to do that. Okay. Beautiful. Because I didn't like the flavor here. This is weird. Now I'm going back to Rust normal type. So that's good. And I want to hit send. Now, CrossFire is cool. They have this one-shot stuff, very highly performant. So we'll have the same thing. And in fact, here, you know what? Look at this. MPSC. This is why I start with command because I don't have a lot of IDs. And then, boom, I do the MPSC, which makes sense because now is the things. And now that will have all of my TX stuff. And now, oh no. Uh-oh. I'm getting overexcited here. When you try to sell Rust here, this is like a... Okay, so I will do the stuff there. We're going to do that step by step. Okay, so now we have this. We're going to fix at least this guy, okay? And now we have that guy, Rx, and that is going to be the Rx of CRX, okay? And now we're going to remove, to return a tuple of TX Rx, and that will return the tuple which is TX of E and Rx of E. Okay, so that is pretty clean. Now, all of these guys are their complaints. And I have to say that why do they complain? Oh, I think I know. Because now it's much simpler. Because I messed up before with this guy. Yeah. I'm not sure I need that everywhere, but we'll go with that for now. I should normalize everything by E, but... And now... Much better. And I don't have an E anymore. I don't have an F or whatever. Okay, I'm going to ask AI to change that. Okay. Okay, so now fixing that, little by little, we're going to go. I'm not giving up. Git C till sometimes say temporary events fix. Okay, CBO. That is the thing which is a little bit cumbersome, but that's fine. It works. Okay, stuff. And then I go back to my data here. Boom, drop it. Go back to my coder here, and I say update fix the build out error. You have the CrossFire SRC, I think. Boom. I got a little bit more. Like in 15 minutes, I got extended, but in 15 minutes, I'm going to have to go 15, 30 minutes. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know why. And I think after we're going to rename this one MPSC, and then we're going to have SPSC, so single processor. That is good. And then we need to see how to do the one shot and all of that. So I want all of that, and sometimes might be a wrapper on top of things. Sometimes it might be a wrapper on top of Tokyo. So for example, there's one here. I don't remember why, but there's one here. So that is AIPack here. This dead. And there's one here which is a cancel event. So it's a cancellation token. It's actually pretty cool. So this one has good value. Can we have something in an MPC event or whatever? But that could be like event, MPSC. And then we're just going to call it MPSC here. We don't need to have an event below. So let me see what this guy fixed. Chat. Curious to know what this guy is. Okay, it's a pin business again. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's why, yeah, I did this pin business. Okay, now it's cool. Yeah, because the only requirement is this stuff, these things. Now, if I do that, I'm going to try it here. Obviously, that is not going to be a thing here, but I'm going to say new FN, new TMP event. Do you know the course name of BSc in computer science? BSc, no, I don't know. I don't know what is BSc. So I don't know. And I'm going to take TX of TP event and RX of TP event. And this is to make sure that I just do that. Now that is where I put the cargo fish business, TMP event. In a way, the way to see it is in Rust, this is a way you pass type to a function, and that is where you pass the arguments. Yeah, Bachelor of Science, do you know the course name? Yeah, but I don't understand the question then. Do you know the course name of the Bachelor of Computer Science in Computer Science? That is, yeah. Okay, so this is beautiful. So this is a good example here, 3 hours in, but it's a good example of 8:45, 9, 10, 11. Well, it's 4 hours. Like, I don't know how. That was long. But This is a good example why and you could say, well, people are not coding with Rust, and they are not vibe coding Rust in AI. That's fair. But even, we see how he went on, and I don't know if it was because of my prompt or something, but this is what I wanted. And there was very few line of code and then a little bit stuff, but this is what I wanted. Yeah. So now that I have this, I'm going to remove that. And this is cool. Now I'm going to call this MPSC. Boom. New bounded. It's as clean as it can get. Get this guy here. So everything I don't need at the outside, I flatten everybody because I'm not going to have MPSC. I'm going to new bounded MPSC. And in fact, I don't like, I have this weird, okay. Because sometimes I like to have, but new bounded MPSC, and then we might have a multi-producer and stuff. So actually, no, I'm good. Sorry. I like this way. Yeah, so the type, the new, what we create, and then the modifier. And this is the way I like it. Again, I'm a OCD. We decide my life, sir. I will want advisor. I'm not sure. It's Bachelor of Science in CS. So I am 19, interested in coding, and about to join the university in August. Will you tell me after getting some knowledge about that course? Yeah, I don't know that course. I've done a Bachelor of Science in Nottingham in UK. So I don't know the course now, what they teach. It's tricky because now with AI changing. Now, I think that people that know the basics and good system design and stuff, I hope they teach more system design and, what is HTTP, what is IPC and all this kind of thing, inter-process protocol, communication and all these kind of things. But I don't know. It depends of where your passion is. And here right now it's a little bit tricky in software programming. People tend to say that, AI will replace everything, which I don't think so. I think good engineers will always be needed, and we see the case here. Because if I will have let it will have done a boxed in stuff and things where it's not needed. Like I don't need an arc in Rust, because this guy is already managing the whole magic. Yeah, so I don't want to box it because they already did the heavy lifting. So that's why the code that the AI generated didn't pass the smell test. And this is why I say, bye-bye. But then here is good because, this was obvious probably to some, but I didn't think of it. Yeah, so it's a nice thing. So anyway, so I do that. I do a cargo build stuff, git log, git amend, and then I will collapse it later, probably. And I'm going to go to git add, git amend. So this is what I do. Yeah, sorry guys. I did git amend, git add to make sure everything is there. And then on this guy, I'm going to do a git sc, fix error. Here, this one I can be very lazy. I don't really care. It's just to have a checkpoint. My current age is I'm about 50. Not around 50. I started coding is weird. I did my first coding at 14 years old in C. C was actually my first language where I created a little game on, I'm old. Oh, step. Funny guy. So I started at 14 years old in C, where I did a little game. It's a mine. It was calling a mine. It's where you align numbers and you try to guess the numbers and so on. So it was a terminal game back on C when I was 14. It was, I don't know, 73. So it was 87, I guess. And it was on a PC because my parents had a company in computing. So I had a big PC actually with MS-DOS and everything. So I did a C there. Then I stopped for a long time. And then I came back to programming when I was in my 18, 20 and stuff. And then I worked at Oracle, at Netscape, Oracle, Adobe. And then in 2009, I created my big app, small, more stuff. Well, millionaire, I still need to work. Yeah. But I work by passion. So that's good. Yeah. So it's always a tricky thing. So the trick is the intersection between your passion and what makes money. Yeah, because you have passion only, you are going to eat pasta all your life. At some point, you get old. And if you only want to focus on what makes money, then you have a sad life, which is getting as old as the pasta stuff. So you want to be at the intersection of the two. Anyway, that's the way I'm doing, but stuff. My son is doing electronic stuff. And okay, so on that topic, now I'm super happy because I have the things. And now I'm super happy because I have this. And now I should be happy because I could do... yes, I agree here. CS is not necessarily CSS easiest route now. Yeah. But intellectually is good, thanks. But the point here is going to CS plus what? Vertical is good, I guess. But CS can be good. I mean, but it's not... CS today is not the same thing as CS 20 years ago. I think with AI, kind of changed a little bit the stuff. So anyway, so now I'm super happy. So what we did here, I'm going to go back here, what we did, because we did a lot of things. So if I go to my zcoder vid, we did that. So it's been a long stuff. So we did the workspace business and we reorganized the zcoder that we're building right now into subcrate, 3 subcrate, TUI, core, and common. Common is used by everybody, and then TUI is using core. That is how it works. And then what we just did is a CrossFire, which was a little bit sporty. And so we use AI on our brain to make sure AI did a wrong path. And then we fixed it, and now AI is on the right stuff. So now, actually, I could use AI now that we fixed it, because we say we don't want to have a boxed in and everything, and we test that it works with stuff, so it's everything good. So now what we can do is to say update the executor to use the C common event for the executor event types, tab alias will be enough. So right now we don't need type wrapper. So if you look at this guy here, executor, you have the executor and then you wrap this guy. And then this guy is a Tokyo, yeah, because it's still the old code. This guy. We don't need that. What we can do is, for example, we can give an example here to make sure. Type things, ZC common event, TX tag, exec event. See, that will be enough. Makes sense? Yes, it does. It's Rust. It's a Rust language. It's the best language. There's 2 reasons why it's best. I mean, there are many reasons. One reason is because it's super fast. 2 reasons is because the type system makes you create better code. There's a good typing system and constraints. The tooling is amazing. Cargo and workspace and stuff, and the way test works is good. And second, it has a great filter against vibe coder. Vibe coder can't hit it. You can try and they get tired, seasick, and they leave. So that is all the 4 reasons why Rust is best. And the OS I'm developing on Mac, but the goal of Rust is to run everywhere. So hopefully I answer your question. So exec, and then I'm going to run it. Boom. I run that. And if I see my terminal over there, that should run, and then it will run it. So now the next thing, what I'm going to do is, once it does that, and I think it put everything in my chat. Oh, no, I don't like it because I did. I press here, I can press X to pause it. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to remove that, and now I can remove that. Because I don't want it to be confused with life anymore. And then I remove, oh no, the data should have been, yeah, okay. So now I do that, and I'm going to, on this one, git AC, clean data and error. Okay, whatever. And now there's no commit here, and now I can do that. Okay, if there's any question here, almost at the end of this guy. And then at the end here, what I'm going to say is to say, hey, update. You know, it's always a spec driven. So in this case, sometimes I start with spec. It's a little bit what we did yesterday or before yesterday. And sometimes I start with the code and then I go back to the spec. Yeah? Yes, the web apps, you're right. So yes, and I know void stuff. I want to get back to the Rust web app, but right now with zcoder, if I do it well, I can do it so much faster because I can parallelize. Because the vision of zcoder is to have this workbench in parallel. And also I want to build right now void byte. And you know, I mean, you're like you're ahead of the whole planet on the Rust 10x blueprint and stuff. Is how do we parallelize and work more? Yeah, so I work a lot on a mono repo, and this workbench approach will allow me to brainstorm on the UI, brainstorm on the backend, and then do all of that. So I do want to go to the web app. I think at some point I should do some videos about the Rust web app as well. I think this is a good idea, even before the zcoder is done or is in a working stage. I think that might be a good idea to go back to the web app. And I know that you have you have done awesome work in the Discord. You already have the KDD stuff. So I think we can look at, you know, what you have done following the Rust 10x and then update the Rust web app stuff. That could be cool. Yes, I'm using macOS. And now I'm not happy here, this guy. Hey, Mr. AI, today it's you are clunky. Why are you so clunky today? Okay. Did I miss something? Oh, why I did this? It's me, I think. Why I keep going there? I think I made a mistake somewhere. So that was me. It was not AI. And then this one is where? The other one is where? This one is annoying here. Why it doesn't? Send run prompt, executor event run prompt, await. Why does it complain? Okay, that's fair enough. So I am in the core. Okay. That's fair enough. I'm going to explain it here. You didn't answer. I didn't answer what. So what do you tell me? What will you tell me if I was your son? That's a good question. About to join a university in major and sales, will you tell me what to do or what not to? This is a good question. This is a very good question. It's hard for me to send it. I like a lot this question. Yeah. I don't know. So first, there's today and there were yesterday, 2022. So 2022 is learn what you have in the classes and the basics and stuff and have good grades, such as you can have the good grades and stuff. But create project on the side. Creating project on the side, this is where you become a good software engineer. It's no problem. Even if you never release it, even for yourself, even if it's utilities to make your life easier. Now with AI, you can create amazing stuff, to do the stuff. So I think there's this two track here, so two ways. One, follow the courses stuff, and then one, create stuff on the side. You need to learn the good basic to do the stuff. My assumption right now, and I may be wrong, is that all of the VCs and all of the pseudo CTOs and everything, pseudo CEOs and stuff, that didn't really code for a while. And now the things that they are coder because it's AI coding, they say, well, coding is dead, coding is solved. So they will tell you, don't go to computer science because it's solved. I don't think it is. I think that people that knows coding and know software design and all these kind of things, if they understand how to use AI and force multiply AI with zero emotion, me, when I use AI, zero emotion. It's about engineering. I don't care. If it's me that tried it, AI, I don't care. He messed up some stuff and sometimes it doesn't mess up. He didn't mess up actually, his AI. That's something that will solve. So my point is learn the basic and try to see where the puck is going to be. Yeah? So that is an analogy in the US here in the business stuff, Silicon Valley. And so you want to say where things are going to be and try to learn that. Yeah, where it's going to be. So today you have to be able to program with AI to help you program. And your program needs to use AI as well. Yeah. And then you have different levels of programming. Yeah, you can go very low level or very high level. But programming now with AI had changed, has been reshaped, but it's still programming. And this is what we have seen today. If I would have listened the AI, it would have thrown me the bad way, in a kitchen sink way. So that's my take here, is to learn the stuff. Now, the trick is in computer science, you are going to have a little bit uphill because right now, all the investors and all the pseudo CEOs and stuff, they are in a make-a-wish dream where they say, oh, we don't need to be constrained by developers now. We can just ask AI. And if they don't have the good engineers, they will hit a wall. And then they are going to take the phone to call the engineers. This is what is going to happen. Yeah. So you can build amazing prototype with zero coding experience, building a production app with zero experience. It's a whole other business. Yeah. So anyway, on this one here, the reason why is that's through an error. And on this guy, on this result, which is this TUI, I don't wrap this error. So in fact, that error, the send, if I go to my Z command, this error that's send here, I don't like it. It should be an error of my util. And eventually it will be actually an error even of that, but it should be an error there. So right now, I think the error business, if I click on error, is that guy. Yeah, which is a send error. I don't like when error are clone, by the way. But I understand. Perhaps in this case needs it. But so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have something like this. Yeah, have two things. You follow your grade because you need to have good grades because otherwise it's difficult. And then you want to build your own projects. That's what I'm saying. Whatever you like. So what I want to do here is a send error. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go to my error enum. And that is something that got lost here in the external. And then I'm going to see send. And then I'm going to probably, so I have this from business here, which is help me derive from, that I like it. But then there's this T business here. And I don't want to have a T. over there. So that's my problem. I don't want a T. Can I have a Z error T? Send. I don't think I can have this. Yep. Yeah. Listen to void byte. Void byte knows more than me on that subject. It's pretty amazing. So one thing I'm going to do here, I'm not going to be proud, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a string for now. Okay, because I don't want to I want to have the right from and to, and then I will think about later. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do CrossFire send. I'm going to do that guy. And that means it's a little bit tricky because then with a from here, it's going to create an issue, but whatever. And then one thing I'm going to do is, so this one, oh, no, but it won't have a from on this one. It won't have a from because once you start using a from, then the other one doesn't implement from. So that's why I like to start from all the time like that. So now I do this, and then I go back over to that guy, to the guy. Okay, fair enough. This is the thing, sometimes it's a little bit annoying, the stuff. Because I see the error on the stuff is match. Why did it do that? Okay. Sorry about that. And so I want to do that. I actually want that to work. And so for that to work, I'm going to go back. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to go back to that guy on the Z stuff. I'm going to have the send, CrossFire send. On that guy, the implementation, I'm going to do a map air. And I'm going to do that will be the error. And then I'm going to do E. Now I'm going to do error, CrossFire, E to string. Now to solve the stuff. And then now on this guy, I don't want that anymore. Yeah, because what I want to take. So that is the stuff that I like. I'm going to keep the other one because use create result and error. That's my pattern. I like to have this. So this one, we always use this guy. And then this way, it allows me, when I send a CrossFire error stuff. And now he's happy because you have the errors there. You have the map error. And so this one is going to be the same one here. So I need to do something like that. And that is because then after I will implement from a blanket implementation, such as I can just do a question mark. But for now, it's good enough. Because then after we can do an implementation of send error T to the staff. That would be the right way. But for now, we're going to do that. And now we have another guy here, which is try send error. So right now, I'm not going to solve this problem. I will normalize it later. So this is the nice thing is I will normalize it later. Actually, I'm going to use the same one, create send. So like this, this is, I don't need, in my library, I don't need to have a difference between these two. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. So now here's a beautiful thing about that. Try send. Yes, so the try send will be a less res. Okay, and now I want a result. And I'm going to do say res map error. Try send, yeah. So now we're going to do the error across. Sorry. Error, this guy, and then E2 string. It's a little bit ugly right now, the implementation, but the surface is what we want. Yeah. And then we'll fix the plumbing later. And so we're going to do the same thing there, but now we want to have this one, RCV. Oh, we want to have, yeah, our ECV. Let's not. Yep. And so we're going to have the same thing there, very similar to that guy. Up. Okay, and that will be the T. That's cool. And so now that is what I didn't like. So we're going to clean it here now. Anyway, nobody's using it, so it's fine. So we're going to do the result of things. And we're going to do that result. And now we're going to do a match on that guy. Two missing harm. That's good. We have the OK and the error. So if it's OK, res, we're going to do OK res. So far, so good. Oh, no, sum. Yeah. Now in map error, there's two guys. So we have the map error. It's going to complain after. The clip is going to, it's not going to be happy. Match error. This is ugly, but like this, I have the autocomplete. So empty, so that is where we want to have the OK none. And that is, whoops, and that is where we want to have the error. And we're going to have receive this guy. Okay. And we're going to have disconnected. Okay, this is beautiful, at least for me. And then I go back there. Why does this guy is still complaining? Mute self. That's good. And then I still have one guy complain over there. This guy. Okay, so now this guy is complaining. I am on the ZTUI. And this is because we don't have, that is going to be much simpler now. So I'm going to do this. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Now we're going to do subcrate. So that is the way I like it. We're going to do our from. So I like to have from, so this way it's not automatic. I don't like when it's automatic. And then we're going to have ZC common. We're going to put it like that. And that will be a ZC common. And I'm going to have error. And then that's it. And boom, that solve our question mark over there. So that is a beautiful thing. So what we do here is basically, if I were going to look at the thing, is what we did. This one has its own error, this one has its own error, and this one has its own error. So here, we say, hey, this one is going to do a from any error here into the ZC common error. So it's a nice way of cascading back the error. So that is the way I use. Now, sometimes, it might be tricky and, there might be other strategy, but this one works pretty well. Now, this guy will be the last one to fix. And then we should be good. So start UI status. Where is the status? Executor new. So you do stuff. That's as I like it. I like this pattern. This is the common event, new stuff. That's good. By the way, sometimes I like that, but sometimes it's like, hey, you don't have to. You can import it on top, it's fine. It's unique enough. And this is a self the executor. And then the executor is here. This guy is a status TX. They're all, I'm going to keep it like this to make sure that it's crystal clear. And so then the question is, what does the guy over there cries? Oh, we still have 2 errors. Executor. Oh, yeah, okay. Ah, because I didn't... Yeah, because I didn't change the TUI. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to... I didn't change the TUI, yeah? So let me go there. And I'm going to do my stuff. CBO. I like my CBO. And then I have my workbench over there, and my data, which is empty. And I am going to do that. And then I'm going to do, I'm sorry it's a long, but I need to finish that, otherwise I won't be able to enjoy my day. So and I don't want to confuse. I don't know how much this one is confused. Okay, this doesn't really matter. We'll probably merge it later, and then I'm going to do the stuff. So that is the thing. So what this is very little issues is pretty cool. It's nothing. It's just, you know, the type alignment, kind of boring stuff. But we did the hard work here. So what we did today, I'm very happy, even if it was long. What we did today is very cool because we had this clean event business. And in fact, in Rust NX, I think I'm going to put that in Rust NX, CrossFire, and in the event, because right now I think I have stuff, and then we'll make sure to put that, such as it's going to be much faster than later to have. And it's going to create this way. No, that's not nice. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a CBO. I'm kind of lazy right now. And oh, what? And then I'm going to go back on my data. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to take this. This is still. Why does this do a cell business? Why is that? Why does he have a cell business? Cannot share between thread safety within this command. Yeah, so this is true. I don't understand his son. I'm really glad to see this. The thing I don't understand is the status is here. Status gets moved there. So it should be fine. Trying to see this. This is a cheap way of checking. The reason why I remove that is sometimes the is error. It's what's causing problem, but it's funny. This is what I will do, and then after I will do something like that. I will go there. No, I will go in my APCRC and RX. I will click RX. This is async RX, and I will go there. I will have this technique here, the same CrossFire SRC async x.rs, and then I will say here and then build out, and I'm going to go back here. To run it. There's something there. So here I put the chat old too, so like this I don't have it. That will create a new one, I think. Okay, so that is stuff. So that's what I'm doing. 3 box, not too bad. There's something here. So the thing I don't understand in a way it kind of thinks is we have the status RX, which is this guy. This guy is that guy. That guy is relatively sun and static friendly because the type he has is sun static. So I don't understand. But that is that guy. I'll remove the sync marker. Okay. Get it. Yeah. Oh, my void bytes are too good. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't use it in Arc. Void byte. I don't understand because I move it. Yeah. Because I don't have it in Arc. If I go there, I don't put it in Arc. I just put it there. And my RX, when it's used, is not in Arc, so I don't break the stuff. I know, but I don't put, I know. So I agree with that. The thing where I'm confused is that in my Rx here, if you look at this, I don't, yeah. Yeah, but it's remove the sync marker to prevent being used in arc. So I cannot put that in an arc. But here, I don't have it in an arc. This is what I don't understand. Compile fails, that's good. See, I do that and sync move. So they don't want that, which is good. But it's not what I'm doing. I'm doing that because I move it. And then I can use the Rx here. I'm not putting it in arc. I knew that they couldn't do arc because I read it before. But so here I don't have an arc. And then in this guy, so what did the AI say here? The billion happened because Tokyo span. It's not sync, but it's send. So I should be able to move it. Okay, this is that. This is this. Fair enough. So for example, well, this is why, yeah. So if I do this, it doesn't complain. And if I do that, it doesn't complain. Yep. And it's my receive here that I'm breaking life. It's my breaking here result. I'm not super proud of what I'm doing here, but still have this error there. I'm taking this because I want to put that there. Look the commit here. Still don't understand it. Because now this guy sends tick and static, so it should work. Okay, I might have to go soon here. I don't like to unlock stuff like that. We're very closed. This is welcome to Rust, but it's good that Rust does that because then we are very performant and we know we are concurrent, so it cannot crash. If we want another language, then we have to either be very deep, and with AI it can help, I guess. But here the compiler is like, making sure stuff. So I think there's something that makes sense now. The thing I don't understand is because I use my results. That is my result. My results is very friendly. It's dumb. This guy is all concrete. So the result is not the issue. And then the T is not the issue either. I don't know why it complains. There's something again obvious I'm missing. Because T single staff boon is necessary, but it's not enough to make it compile. Okay. That bound says a message can safely be sent. Staff exit status. It is saying the receiver wrapper itself is not sync. The key is Rx of T in this command it contains Crossfire. Okay. And Crossfire is essentially not sync. Okay. The dot say, I understand. It's not cloning. I get that. However, Crossfire. I think I get it. Okay, we're going to try to do that. So I think what he's doing here, yeah, cliffhanger, yeah, stuff. But I'm still persuaded here that the thing is worthwhile. I mean, that for me is not it's not a brainer. But this is one of the things which is like because it should. I mean, I'm sure like John, there's a guy here that run on Linux core on a Rust team or whatever. I mean, these guys. But I understand the stuff, but it's like I'm moving it. Then I take it. This saying is because I'm taking ref here. Why does it do that? Oh. Well, still complain. Oh, now this guy starts complaining. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to have to go. What did you do here? If I go to the code here. So this is but what did it change here? Oh, it changed the stuff here. Who is complaining here? The complaint changed. It's not where it was before. It's the same business. So that is a way that the CrossFire. This is move there. I don't understand when you move, you should be happy. Like, okay, anyway. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, I am going to have to rethink that. Now I can do something very bad right now. So I do git restore right now on both. So it's like nothing happened. So I'm back to my error, to the other one, to that guy. So one thing I could do, which is not good, I don't like it, but it's perhaps something I'm going to do for now, is I could go to my APSC and I'm going to say, so that's one value of the guy, yeah, if I do this. Don't kill me, okay, guys? It's not good, okay? CTX, masync TX. Mem. Yeah, you might go. It's good. I'm trying to go to a point, void byte, where I can do a ugly hack, push it, and then you can ping me on Discord or whatever, and then stuff. So this is what I have. I just want it to work and stuff. Now the thing I'm stuck here is they should be happy. Yeah, why? Async TX. Oh, because it's that's fine. PMC. Okay, this is super bad hack. Okay, because now what I'm doing is I'm using that one as is full clonable and everything. I don't like it. Yeah, because now the RX, the receiver can be clonable, and I don't want that because I want to make sure that there is only one loop that pick it up. Otherwise, I might mess up and having a loop that clone, and then it will create a problem. So I'm okay to have multi-producers. I don't want multi-consumers. So right now, if I do that, and I do something like that, I'm going to do cargo run, and it's going to work, yeah. Is green. Green is good. Now you see, it's not working. Okay, I'm going to push it in this branch, in the NX branch. Broken. DC common. And then I will either solve it offline or I will push it. You can play with it. And then there's something to be done, but I really want to make that works. And so this is a bad answer. Actually, it's not even working, so let's not even do that. Well, I don't like to make stuff. Do I make things that doesn't compile or things that doesn't... reset. So the question is, do I make something that doesn't compile or something that doesn't compile but doesn't work? And the decision here is I prefer something that doesn't compile. Yeah. And I'm going to push that into the NX branch. Oh. Force it, it doesn't matter. And so now you will see the code that doesn't work over there on the NX branch. Okay, and we need to do stuff. So I'm going to have to go here. Hopefully that was helpful. So we did quite a bit today. We did some good stuff. We did the workspace. That is working beautifully. We did the CrossFire. Is almost working. There's the last little miles that doesn't work. Oh, look at that. No, there's a magic guy here. Let's say for senders. T, send, static, and plus unpin. Are you kidding me? This is what I missed. Are you sure? I'm going to put that everywhere. We're going to see. Silly to not have the same name. No, still complain. Ah, no. Oh, wow. We have interacted a few times. Staff, good job always. Yeah, well, good job today. Could have been better, yeah. I'm stuck on this one. So I'm losing all my my street cred. Okay, so I'm going to give it a rest. So it's not that, unfortunately. I think there is someone. No, but this one cannot even be sync because this guy, I think, prevents it to be sync. So this guy cannot even be sync. So anyway, so there's something. You might be right here. I will keep that in mind. I'm going to go back to my stuff before. Well, actually, I think I prefer your stuff. Okay, I'll push this guy. We'll work on it. So I'm sorry, guys. I have to go. We'll check later. So hopefully that was helpful today. And we did quite a bit. We did the workspace. That's good. We did the workspace over there. That was good. The CrossFire, almost there. There's a last line here that we need to do. But I have this wrapper type here, which make it simpler. But sometimes with wrapper type, that's the issue, is you make assumptions and then something doesn't pass through nicely. So, and same thing sometimes with lock business. So I need to think about this one. There might be something not that complex to do. And then we did the spec a little bit at the same time. So right now the spec is, we haven't done it for the event, but the goal here is at some point when we have done the event stuff, the hard work, we'll have a spec-event as well over there. That will be the stuff. And then things. Okay, so hopefully that was good. And we'll work on that next. I will show the solution in the next episode. Until next one, happy coding.